Welcome to the third hearing of the Social Issues Committee inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impact of loneliness in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you very much for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with Professor Lorne.
Thank you. My name is Professor Sharon Lorne. I'm the Executive Director for Lived Experience Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr Miller.
My name's John Millam. I am the New South Wales Liaison Officer for Lived Experience Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Standing Committee on Social Issues and its work on this important issue. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleagues in Lived Experience Australia and members of the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatry Community Collaboration Committee who supported the national survey that we undertook on loneliness and mental health with the lived experience communities that we serve. I'd also like to acknowledge the Gadigal people on the land which we're meeting today and our lived experience colleagues. So loneliness is an embedded social issue and a deeply personal experience, how people see themselves, how they look out into the world around them and view their place within it. It's a social problem, not an individual one of being alone. Though almost a quarter of people living in Australia say they rarely or never see or feel close to others, have someone to talk to or people to turn to confide in. Loneliness is harmful and shares space with stigma, discrimination and shame. So solutions must acknowledge these mechanisms. The group that I'm referencing primarily are people with severe mental illness, which has significant impacts on many aspects of their lives, particularly when the internal world is as much a part of their world, particularly if they experience paranoia, extreme marginalisation and isolation. We heard from approximately 200 people with direct experience and 100 families across Australia when we did our survey. The majority were people between their 30s and 60s, so people in the prime of their life. We asked them what loneliness means to you. Many people described having no one who saw them, no one who heard or understood them. They kept using these words, feeling quite isolated and not connected to people around them, struggling with purpose and connection, feeling like I don't matter to anyone, having no value as a person, no sense of community. They spoke of being marginalised, stigmatised because of their mental health and not knowing what it is that I'm doing wrong, not knowing how to fix it, and there must be something inherently wrong with me. I must be disgusting. Being amongst others and feeling like I'm never fully there were some of the comments. Some carers spoke of loneliness in their role, living in surreal, disconnected lives from others physically and emotionally, railing against losing or already having lost their own identity beyond the caring role. Loneliness was detrimental to families. People described how it tears them apart, that they withdraw from each other. Loneliness, mental health and physical health were enmeshed and inseparable. They are the one thing, a vicious cycle. They bleed into everything you do. It's physically painful, people described. A lot of people were resigned to their loneliness, reflective, and emphasised self-compassion and living in a life differently to manage their loneliness. People had a lot of agency. They were very active in managing their loneliness. They had a lot of strengths. What needs to happen to address loneliness? Address stigma. how we treat each other as human beings. Service providers need to listen, to actually ask people about loneliness. It's the one thing that often doesn't get asked. It's the elephant in the room. So to conclude, loneliness is an experience deeply embedded within the experience of mental illness. The two things become the one thing. It's physical, inseparable at times. It aligns with deep despair. People just become accustomed to it. Thoughts of suicide are common, but people get on in spite of that. The relationships are complex and bidirectional. All those issues around stigma and self-stigma are embedded. Therefore, our responses need to be interconnected as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to ask quickly, you gave a general overview of, I guess, your members or the people you work with, but you also said lived experience of communities that we serve. So there's differences. Could you just, I guess, briefly describe the different cohorts or groups that you work with?
Yeah. So we're a national mental health, consumer and family carer advocacy, systemic advocacy organisation. So our community are all people who have experience of mental ill health or mental distress. They may or may not be in contact with mental health services. They may have had past or current or future experience of that. So them and their families.
Okay, thank you very much. And reading through your submission, thank you for that. You mentioned a strengths-based approach to enhance wellbeing is likely to be of benefit. Could you explain a bit more to me? So this is, a general discussion of what might be of assistance. And you talk about strengths-based approaches that enhance wellbeing are likely to be of benefit. Could you explain to me what a strengths-based approach is?
Yeah. I think particularly for people with mental health issues, they are already often experiencing embedded self-stigma or stigma, which impacts self-worth, which impact relationships, connections, which hence therefore impact sense of loneliness internally and externally. So they are often passengers in services. So anything that actually mobilises people's own agency and strengths are going to be exponentially beneficial for them as people in their recovery and their contributions to the community. So, no one likes to be a passenger in care, and we had this discussion in the foyer where so many people with severe mental illness, a lot of the solutions are offered through agencies, through services, so that their friends become the service providers, being the only people who come to the home sometimes, or the people that are taking them out to connect into community. It's an artificial sense of friends and connections. And it's like a wall, like a mirror that stops people from participating in communities like everyone else.
So it's about encouraging individual agency in your own right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can, if somebody refuses to eat, you can intravenously feed them, right? But that's not eating, right? That's sustaining them. Same, all services, are sustaining people who are dealing with distress that isolates them or keeps them away from some form of connection that's necessary to be effective as a human being, to be whole and healthy. You have to be connected. So, it's useless. We can have all of these drips, providing food, sustenance, but the only thing that cures loneliness is connection, and connection must be coming from the individual involved. So the question becomes, what services turn on the capacity to connect, not what services do we give them to connect to, right? Because, it's the micro skills of dealing with their own patterns, the micro skills of just having a conversation or feeling safe enough to actually connect with someone in an environment. And there are degrees, right? Extreme, people who are habituated to isolation will be very, very difficult to connect to. But say in my case, as someone, I'm isolated by circumstance or situational distress. So losing my spouse led me into a place where I was isolated from the world. Illness isolates people. Loss of job, and which goes down to identity. So how do you help them find, like strengths-based is finding the identity they have that they can use to actually connect with other people.
But we all strive to find our tribe. We
Thank
don't
you.
want to just have mental illness that dominates our lives.
Thank you. I'm going to pass over to colleagues. I've got more questions, but we'll go to colleagues first. Ms. McAndrew.
I'll have one question. I'd want to understand a little bit more about carers and the impact of loneliness on carers and what supports or what your consumers are saying is available to them.
So certainly I will table this national report. We've got an electronic copy which I can send. But I'll also send another paper which was a personal narrative on loneliness from a carer perspective, and it describes the surrealness of living in two worlds where it's a very what the home environment and what the outward projection of going about your everyday business. Those two things are vastly different things sometimes when you're dealing with and living in a house with someone with severe mental illness in particular, and other people can't grasp that really. It's beyond their understanding unless they are a family carer, and that's why the informal carer support networks are so important to people. They're often organic. You step in a room as a family carer and you don't have to say anything in those rooms because you can see that everyone else gets it. I think that's an important thing to say around that. Respite, puts a Band-Aid on it to throw you back in, really. It's a very hard one because so much is lived longitudinally because it's not something that services can necessarily fix for people who are family carers, but they can help alleviate the burdens and the stresses of that, I think.
And have you had any or worked with any young carers?
Yeah. Yep. Yes. They have particular struggles, obviously, because they take on that responsibility so diligently and passionately and lovingly, and so committed to parents that their own sort of development and schooling and education and career development are incredibly torn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Khan?
Firstly, thank you for appearing today and the extraordinary amount of work that's gone into this report, which I understand was a collaboration with the College of Psychiatrists.
Basically they helped us with the questions.
It's a really valuable
and then we did
resource.
The project,
Thank you. One of the sort of threads that I noted throughout a number of the anecdotes from people with lived experience was the impact that the cost of living is having on people at the moment. Is it something that you've noticed as well, and in what way should we be taking the current cost of living into account?
Yeah, I think, the cost of living is just one of many things for people who have many pressures that they just take in their day. Around the management of their conditions, around other things, but certainly they live, there are many people certainly people on benefits who are really, really struggling with small quality social things, like a colleague who I'm catching up with at lunchtime today is a lady with schizophrenia who doesn't get out much. We connect every time I'm in Sydney. We're going for coffee and lunch. But, it's cost, but it's also who there's no one to go and connect with regularly. You know, how do you get into that rhythm of making friends? So cost absolutely is part of that. Cost of coffee, cost of transport, basic costs.
And there's another aspect to consider on that. So, you know, situational distress is responsible for a large degree of isolation, right? And isolation loneliness, as well as, so you have the long term. You have people with diagnosable and separating, highly impactful situations like mental illness. And then take, for instance, say a family breakdown. So a very common situation in the community where divorce proceedings means that there's, you know, a separation in the family. So, you know, if there are children involved, even worse often, that, you know, there's complications that relate to that process. The level of isolation that relates both to the physical separation and the costs involved. So getting separated from, you know, your normal social framework because of you're no longer either able to afford it, or it's no longer available as a safe space for you, right? You often have an impact in terms of your lifestyle that you once had, the accommodation, all of that stuff. That's again a factor of cost of living.
And just the fact that, you know, a lot of people with severe mental illness and, you know, other mental health issues live alone. So the actual costs of living alone compared to sharing a whole lot of utility costs and other things with others in a household is quite.
And often separating from your normal social environment. So you have to move away, or you're actually in accommodation that is isolating in terms of its format and design.
Yeah.
So those issues can you know, they can cause a level of loneliness that is just as impactful in terms of your mental and physical health, and yet it's not a diagnosable form. It's a social determinant that has led you into that space.
I'll leave time for other members of the committee.
Thank you. Members online, are there any questions before I head back? No? Okay. Mr. Dillon?
I just wanted to ask, you mentioned earlier about the distinction between services. I wonder if you could perhaps elaborate on the types of services that you think are effective. So
treating the baseline issues, there are services and, appropriate responses for that. There is no holistic approach to so if you're in the system being treated for, say, schizophrenia or even stress or anxiety, right, just even more benign, sort of what they would consider low-level impacts, right, you are not being asked about your current circumstance. Of course, there's no incentive to offer that because there's stigma involved. So, the very fact that you feel lonely is actually a challenge to your well-being. So you won't offer this. So you walk into a GP or into a psychologist or into an ED, and you are being treated for the obvious areas, right, or the immediate impacts. But you're being released back into an environment that has led you to have those kind of conditions, right? So you're having there's no connection through the services for the whole of impact, right? And as a result, nothing is even directed your way. So many people are not given an option for, say, any kind of social prescription, or say, like a doctor doesn't say you need to join Men's Shed, right? Perhaps they should, but even then, that's only a superficial response to something that is, a more complex and probably best dealt with embedded into the community where the services don't reach normally, right? Because it's that consistent availability, the awareness and the recognition. When lonely people say they're not seen, they're not heard, and they're not treated as a person, you can't go to emergency for that.
Yeah.
You need to have that in where you live, available to you, whether you are reaching out and putting your hand up like a lifesaver or not.
Yeah. And, services that are not just about you turning up because you're all mental health consumers and you're all, the focus is on that, people, it's not, they want to move beyond that. So that's why things like, community choirs are so popular, because people can be people, not just sit around and talk about their mental illness, if that makes sense.
Well, the treatment is connection, and connection is done a million ways.
Yeah.
It's interesting because right at this point, most people who are lonely need to pathologise their loneliness to get it dealt with. So, you need to become sick to actually be relevant to get some form of treatment. That treatment is usually ineffective or inappropriate because it's not dealing with the whole issue, right? But at least it's something. So we're inviting people who are struggling for very normal, very everyday life reasons. We're inviting them to escalate their own illness simply so that they can actually plug into some place in services. You can't access a psych until, for months and months on a private level, or on a public level, you have to be bad. So, we're inviting an increase in the impact that this has on everyday lives and the community, and we're increasing that across the level of demographics, so that more young people who are self-managing these things through social media or peer-based stuff, their level of impact is escalating simply because that's the only feedback they're getting. It's more important to be to show symptoms and so on, to be given their attention, right? When in fact we should be just building sort of social structures that, that's a simple issue to a complex issue, and you'll have your own commission for that. But the whole pathologising of our loneliness to turn it into something that will actually raise somebody's attention, I think is probably a really bad approach to. We should be cutting it off upstream.
And then, of course, there are people who don't ever reach that level of crisis. I had a call from a lady in her 50s, parents in their 80s, her brother with schizophrenia living at home, who, doesn't go out and will never probably come to the crisis attention of mental health services. The parents are pulling their hair out. We're in our 80s. What do we do? What's next?
I'm sure you guys have seen the numbers. So we know about, say men and loneliness in men, which is my particular issue. So roughly around 50%, a bit more of men who have suicided are not known to the system. About 50% of those men who are suicided will actually have issues around social dislocation or relationship breakdown or estrangement. So if you look at that just on a simple number, say, you're talking about 1,200 to 1,500 men who are dead each year as a result of isolation, loneliness, and that's due to their own hand. So that's a pretty significant load that is actually unknown to the system. There's no systemic area of connection for a man to tap into to get support in that circumstance, right? And it's not an unreasonable response. Being lonely is not an unreasonable response to not having anybody you can talk to, or anybody who recognises you. If you've lost your spouse, if you've lost your job, if you've lost your, or your friends have moved away or passed away, it's a reasonable. Being lonely is a perfectly sensible response to that.
You sort of mentioned those sort of trigger events. Like, how can we design services that catch people when those events occur? Like,
Yeah.
obviously we know that, you know, a loss of a partner or relationship breakdown starts you on that path towards social isolation. How do we catch people at those points so that they have the services available, rather than, I suppose, expecting them to intuitively know to look for those kind of services?
I get onto my soapbox here, and I believe, you know, it's the old Pareto rule. 80% of the services should be where, you know, back in, you know, 20% should be the high end and, you know, services, and 80% should be in the community. So, you know, how do we do it? When it's not being done, the community does it already. So organisations that, you know, are connected to, you know, there are lived experience and community-based organisations that are doing their best right now. Supporting that, finding those assets and understanding what they do, and then bringing some structure and support to those, I think is a hugely powerful way of embedding the upstream services where they need to be, right? You find, I understand the problem is, you know, how do you work out whether something that takes something away has been effective, right? But we need to understand, the research is clear that the further upstream we go, the more impacts we have on a range of social issues that all relate to things like loneliness, isolation, suicide, domestic violence, family breakdown. All of these things are coming from a very similar space, right, which is the social determinants that every day cause people to get distanced, isolated, and impacted in their ability to meet their sort of daily connection, right? And all of us go through it. Everybody in this room will have experienced a day when they were lonely, sad, disappointed, or depressed. It's not something we should be hiding. You know, the fight against stigma is a deep and long and challenging one, right? But it starts with, you know, these kind of conversations, I guess.
So, from, you know, like pragmatically, there are clearly services and health professionals or other service providers like Centrelink and GPs and people that must be seeing people, pharmacists, who you'll hear about soon. People, it's about having the conversation, I think. You know, the asking, like as people in our survey, like people just don't ask me, you know, am I feeling lonely? You know, how am I? You know, what does it mean to me at the moment?
It's almost an education issue.
Yeah.
So, you know, micro skills for just having a decent conversation, or just understanding the need to, how do I connect with a small group of people in my community, or just ask a simple question, or get my needs met. Sometimes that's never been, you know, demonstrated to somebody, you know. So we can improve those social skills, those personal connection skills.
Local sporting clubs, the, you know, local, you know, the local rugby club down the road for me has such a diversity of community members, and there's a place there for everyone.
Thank you for those examples and exploration to those questions, and for your appearance here today and your submission. We very much appreciate it. I think, Professor Lorne, you were going to table a report for us.
Yes.
We appreciate that. If there are supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch. Again, thank you so much for your time and all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Dr. Brooks?
Thank you. So, Dr. Anna Brooks, Chief Research Officer at Lifeline Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Chris Siorakis. I'm the Executive Director of Government and Stakeholder Relations at Lifeline Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Sure, I'll make a short opening statement, but before I begin I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on traditional lands and pay my respects to elders past and present of those traditional lands, and just note that we're meeting at a place that can have a big bearing on the future of reconciliation in the state. But on behalf of Lifeline, I'd like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this discussion about loneliness. For over 60 years, Lifeline's been at the forefront of supporting people experiencing loneliness and isolation. Last year, for example, Lifeline received around 1.1 million calls and more than 250,000 texts and web chats from people needing our support across Australia. And about a third of those contacts came from New South Wales. So what that means is that in the time we have here today, the half an hour, around 21 contacts to Lifeline will come from people in New South Wales. And while only 4% of callers to Lifeline explicitly state that their reason for calling is feeling lonely or socially excluded, our crisis supporters, that's the people who answer the phones, tell us that loneliness is a major factor driving people to emotional distress and crisis. Many conversations reveal the risk factors present in the experience of persistent loneliness. Significant life changes such as relationship breakdown, losing a loved one, becoming a parent, financial hardship and health conditions all take a toll on people and are clear risk factors for a more isolated life. COVID has also played a major role in reducing social connection. Loneliness and isolation can affect anyone, irrespective of age, gender, race or ethnicity and other such identifying attributes. Loneliness can affect people even when they're not alone. We know that loneliness and a lack of social connection has a big impact on physical health. Among other things, loneliness is associated with an increased risk of cardiovascular disease and high blood pressure, cognitive decline and cancer. It's clear loneliness is something we can address if we take the issue seriously and work together as a community and work with government that we believe can do more to address loneliness and social isolation. If we don't do that, we will, in the words of the US Surgeon General, further retreat to our corners, angry, sick and alone.
Thank you very much for that. And we'll go to questions now. And I just want to start with, obviously you've put in submission, we've just heard your opening statements. I wanted to get Lifeline's perspective on what do you think is driving, I guess, this focus on loneliness. And people ask me this about this inquiry, like, why are you doing an inquiry into loneliness? Why are we doing this and why is it now? So is it actually that there's something happened or that there's an emergency? Why is Lifeline in particular focusing on this?
Sure. Thank you. I think to answer that question, it's important to acknowledge that organisations like ours and others have been engaged for a long time in trying to promote awareness of not just suicide, but also mental health and wellbeing, that sort of broader concept. And in that awareness raising and sort of, promoting, trying to, I guess, help people understand the importance of wellbeing as a concept. What we do sort of acknowledge is that there's a role in the rates of people reporting loneliness of that promotion exercise that we've been undertaking as a nation, really. So awareness means that people are now, thankfully, more willing to talk about it when they are doing it tough. So you do see in the data, that's one of the drivers. It's very difficult for us to eliminate that increased awareness as one of the drivers of the higher rates of loneliness that we see across some groups of people. That said, the fact that 1 in 3 Australians reports being either very or quite often lonely is certainly something that we need to focus on. This is a real issue, and it's one that we, as an organisation, we've been tackling for 60 plus years. Our Lifeline is all about connection, human connection for people, and through that connection, promoting hope, but also addressing people's needs to actually engage with others as one of the, one of the primary sort of factors in wellbeing. So, with all of that in mind, one of the sort of additional factors that we talk about as playing a role in loneliness in the community these days is our increasingly digital world. So, obviously, with the connectivity that we're experiencing now, there are a lot of advantages. We can all be connected better with family members, people overseas. There's that immediacy and reach that comes from greater connectivity through the digital environment. But there's also real challenges in how we, as human beings, connect and actually have meaningful human engagement in that digital medium. So being able to sort of like posts and post yourself, share selfies on social media, there's some advantages to that in some contexts, but it's also a whole new world particularly for young adults who are sort of, who've grown through this explosion of digital connectivity in trying to work out how you use that opportunity to actually create meaningful connection. So I think there's a distinction between being, having lots of people in your social, following your social media posts, and actually having meaningful human connection. So I think that's one of the challenges that we really face as a society in trying to tackle loneliness.
And I think, Chair, that is one of the things that comes through when we talk to our crisis supporters who work on the text and web chat lines. They tend to have a much younger cohort that reach out that way, and a lot of the anecdotal feedback is younger kids, some of them as young as 10, reaching out because they feel incredibly socially isolated.
Yep.
That's really interesting and disturbing, really. So aside from, you've just spoken about that quite young cohort, how does loneliness otherwise typically show up in the kind of Lifeline environment?
So Chris mentions that about 4% of our calls are explicitly about loneliness, but I'd also add to that 40% of our calls are about relationships, and that includes the loss of, difficulties in relationships. And related to that, one of the things that we know is a key risk factor for suicidal thinking and suicide is big life transitions. So leaving a job, when people transition out of the Defence Force is a good example. Transitions in personal relationships, so a divorce, those sorts of big transitions are a really significant psychosocial stressor for experiencing suicidal thinking. And so one of the things I'd sort of point out is that key link between transitions in life and the feeling of being disconnected from the people and those relationships that you may have had in the workplace, or the disconnection that can come from divorce. So there's a relationship between loneliness and suicidal thinking, sort of more broadly speaking, but we also see it in those call patterns with relationships being a key reason that people reach out to us. In addition to what we see in our crisis support environment, we also offer programs, our community programs, the face-to-face ones that are offered from centres across the country. Some of those programs are specifically designed to address loneliness. So we have volunteers, for example, on the north of the harbour, who provide a service that is located in libraries, so a couple of different libraries across North Sydney, where Lifeline volunteers will make a time, they go and have tea and coffee with people who are doing it tough and connect them. It's not just the immediacy of that human connection with the Lifeline volunteer in the library, it's also then practical support for ongoing, for where they might be able to get support to reach whatever needs that they're expressing to the crisis supporters or to the volunteers in the from the Lifeline centres. So we see loneliness affecting not just the calls, texts and chats that we get, but we also try to address loneliness via some of those community programs that we offer.
Okay.
And I think one of the things we've learnt from the Connect centres on the Lower North Shore is that about half the people that go in and have those face-to-face discussions with the counsellors were not born in Australia. Because of the demographics up there, I think there's a Mandarin speaker, a Farsi speaker and a Hindi speaker, and their services are very well utilised.
Sorry, and did you say that was volunteer based?
Yeah, it's a really low cost model. They go into a library, they have an agreement with the councils. I think it's Willoughby, Hornsby and North Sydney Council. They're going once a week at a set time. There are posters around they get a room, there are posters around the library, and I was at I think the Hornsby Council Library a couple of weeks ago, and there's an announcement over the loudspeakers saying Lifeline's here. They're in whatever room, and people come in.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I wasn't aware of that kind of activity. Dr. Con, you have questions?
Thanks so much for the evidence that you've given. I've got a fairly niche question. In your written submission, you're not the first witness at this inquiry who's made a link between loneliness and the built environment. And you've cited some really valuable research about how the built environment can be improved, I suppose, from the people that Lifeline staff and volunteers speak to. How is the built environment impacting people's loneliness?
Yeah, so this is from engagement with the people at our centres. It's I guess there's different factors that play into loneliness, and one of them absolutely is the built environment. So with I guess increasingly hectic lives, the incidental opportunities to actually engage with people, a park bench where you might take your dog, and other dog walkers are there, or people just spending a little bit of time in the park. Those sorts of built environment, opportunities that we have in the built environment to provide, to encourage connection, moments of connection between human beings, and especially face-to-face connection, I think are really key opportunities for us to address it. I mean, it sounds very old-fashioned, but just open spaces where people can gather and have those incidental moments to connect are incredibly important. And through our centres, what we are aware of is that people feel like there's less opportunity to do that. People are busier, and their environments, they're commuting or indeed staying at home to work, and those patterns of life are less conducive to having those sort of incidental connections with people.
Thanks.
And just to add to that, we do note and we accept that there need to be more houses built in New South Wales and Sydney in particular, and it's our view that very early on in that planning process, again at very little cost to government, that the relevant authorities just make sure that these kind of things are considered and social connection is considered as part of the broader planning for housing.
Thank you. Can I have the second question?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. You mentioned in your written submission the Lifeline Connect centres that are already operational in Far West New South Wales.
Yep.
Can you tell us how those operate?
Sure. Do you want to kick off on that one? Because they're a slightly different model to the... or I can start, whatever. Yeah. So the centre in Far West New South Wales is a physical centre. It's staffed by Lifeline paid employees and volunteers, and it's there, and anyone from the community can just wander in. Mm-hmm. And they kind of serve a similar purpose to the centres we have that Lifeline Harbour Hawkesbury has on the North Shore. People just go in if they have an issue, or if they just want someone to talk to. I know that there is one person who goes in on a regular basis, and one of the staff members just makes them a cup of tea and they talk, and that person leaves very happy. So they cover a wide range of topics. Someone might walk in and want to raise a financial distress issue, or they just might want to have a chat, or they might want to talk about domestic violence. And the centre also has very good referral pathways as well. So I don't know, could you call it like a triage centre maybe?
Yeah. So it's essentially, it operates, it's a wide open front door, and it's a connection hub. So if people, are looking for, human connection, they can go there without an appointment. You wander in, but then also there's the capability from that centre, as Chris mentioned, to provide, referrals to ongoing support. So it can just be a cup of tea. It can be that the Lifeline person is then connecting that person into financial counselling services. So I think the key sort of element to it, like our crisis support service, the one people know it's best for, 13, 11, 14, is that it's that wide open front door concept. So even if people aren't sure if they qualify for support, they can go into the Connect Centre, have a chat, and if the need's there, then there'll be those practical sort of ongoing supports provided. But if not, it will just be that opportunity to connect with the Lifeline staff.
Is it specifically funded, that centre? Like, how is it funded?
I will double check, but I think the local Lifeline centre funds it. I'll double check and we can take that one on notice and come back to you.
So it's not a beneficiary of like specific government program funding?
I don't think that one is. Some Lifeline centres do get specific government funding for specific services like Gamble Aware,
Yep.
but I think that one is funded locally, but I can confirm that or
And so
not.
what led to it being established?
I think the local Lifeline organisation saw a need.
Right, just responding to...
Just responding to
I mean, you
community
make,
need.
in your submission, you talk about the importance of place-based
Yeah.
services.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a good example of
Yep.
having those very locally based,
Yes.
and responsive to
Yeah.
the
Yes.
specific needs of
Yeah,
communities.
and that's kind of how those Connect centres in libraries were established as well. The local Lifeline member up there saw that there was a need for that kind of thing, and they just started talking to the local councils
Yeah.
who agreed it was a good idea. And I guess pharmacies is also another one, and we're going to start talking to pharmacy associations because they are a place where people go, and oftentimes they tend to be older people, and that is a key cohort in this space as well, where, to see if there's anything we can do with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The previous witnesses raised the idea of those services that facilitate connection. From your experience in the program on the North Shore, are those kinds of connective services available for the people who are coming through, having those consultations, needing to be referred on to? Are those, is there an adequate provision of those type of connective services from your experience?
I think I would say that we can always do better. The thing that's often a factor is that people aren't sure whether they warrant, whether they sort of qualify for getting support. And I think one of the key advantages of things like the Connect centres, but also, digitally our crisis support service, and again, referring to that sort of wide open front door approach, is that we're trying to reduce the barriers to people actually engaging with someone. So I think having a local centre where you might know the people who are providing the cups of tea, anything that we can do to make people feel like this is a regular sort of behaviour, it's not something that's way outside of what you do in your normal everyday life, is advantageous for us to really try and support more people earlier. Okay, so the more we can do to reduce the barriers, the better. So I think that's, in terms of whether there's enough connection sort of services available, I would probably argue it's more about making sure that what we do, we actually do really well, and that includes thinking about how we meet people in the ways that they're going to be most likely to actually engage. And that's why we have various different models to try and really keep the barriers to engaging with an organisation like Lifeline very low.
And I think with the Connect centres in the libraries, they are incredibly low cost. The startup costs were minimal. I think it was about $50,000 or $60,000 to get these things going. They're staffed by volunteers. And, we have made a submission to Treasury, I think, for $500,000 to see if we can roll out more across the state, because at the moment we're only doing them on the North Shore of Sydney. And we think there's areas of need that could benefit from these sorts of things, particularly areas where you have big called communities that are very difficult to service.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Barrett, you have some questions?
Thank you, I do. Look, being online, what I might do is just say some things that I'll try and plait into a question to get a response to later on. I might ask, though, that as we go to the break, or the last group before the break, maybe just repeat that number that you just gave out for anyone that might be listening online. We've heard you said that Lifeline's all about human connection. The previous witness spoke about the further upstream we can get, the better it's going to be, essentially stopping them from coming to Lifeline. I wonder how much, or if you lament the loss of opportunities for human connection we've seen through a breakdown of things like our clubs and organisations, be they churches, union organisations, the footy club, etc. What impact you feel that is having, and if you're seeing any trends that might have evolved out of that in the calls you're taking at Lifeline.
I might talk a little bit about economic insecurity, if I may, because We know that is I think about 13% of calls to Lifeline relate to financial distress, housing and homelessness, or employment. And we know that people who don't have financial security or whose financial circumstances fluctuate quite wildly are at a much higher risk of things like suicide. And we know that, I think through some work we've done looking at that we get frequent callers and looking at who those frequent callers are, and oftentimes loneliness is a driver for those calls. A lot of those people are on, they might be disabled or unemployed. And I guess the other thing tied in with economic insecurity, and Anna, I might hand over to you to talk about this a bit more, is it's really important that people have a sense of purpose. And if you do have economic security, you can then volunteer, you can, join your local surf club, you can, join the Army Reserve or the CFA, whatever it is. And it's a really important thing to give people that opportunity to have that purpose so that they can connect. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Yeah, well, that's a really good summary. So I think, broadly speaking, having those opportunities to connect are key, and that can take different shapes and sizes. But everyone's preferences are different. So having varied opportunities, and sporting clubs are a great example. Volunteering in any sort of capacity is a really great example as well, because through the volunteering you get both of those things Chris just mentioned, a sense of purpose, but also the opportunity to connect with other human beings. So anything we can do to expand the opportunities for people to connect is a good thing, but it's got to be in ways, I guess, just sort of harking back to my previous point about sort of lowering barriers. How we offer those opportunities is really key. It's got to be in ways that are sort of low barriers and that people are willing to engage in. So that's, I guess, one of the really primary sort of things I'd suggest we need to think about when we're trying to address, think about how policy-wise, for example, we better support people to not experience loneliness. Chris's point about financial insecurity, we do know there is a really strong evidence base that financial insecurity puts people at increased risk of experiencing suicidal thinking and death by suicide. So that's the relationship between financial security and the opportunity to engage, to go and have coffee with people, is really important in the suicide prevention efforts that organisations like ours engage into.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, you're good?
I just have one question. Before you were talking about some of the programs, the library program, I'm interested to know if there's any specific programs that you run that target young people. I noticed in your submission you said that there's been they're actually the higher cohort, that 15 to 24-year-old. So interested to know whether you have programs or also the access to other services and supports for them.
Yeah. We do see, so we are not a youth-focused organisation. We do get incidental, so we don't, our crisis support services, for example, people can use those services without telling us how old they are. And so we do have young people using our services, particularly our text-based service. So we know that young adults, if you do a comparison between our voice-based service and our text-based service, the text-based service receives a lot more interactions or contacts from people who are young. So that's that's a good example, in fact, of us providing a service that actually gives different groups of people the opportunity to engage in a way that works for them. So the other thing that we do, so we do support people, children incidentally through our services, but what we do try to do in order to, I guess, help meet the needs of children and young people is to have really good connectivity into organisations like Kids Helpline and Headspace. Yeah. So as a member, we try to make sure that our services are plugged in to those youth-focused services. And for example, our self-support toolkit, has so from resources that are available that people can self-navigate to in our self-support toolkit. we're able to then refer them into those youth-based services where it's appropriate. So we're, I guess, playing an important connection role for children without being a child-focused service provider.
So about 60% of the contacts that come into Lifeline by phone or, and I think text and chat, are referred to other organisations. So we would refer young people to Kids Helpline or to Headspace or wherever we think they need to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, we're pretty much at the end of time, but I just wanted to give you one last chance to, if there was anything you wanted to particularly highlight to the committee with regards to the key things you think the government should be considering in this space and in addressing loneliness. So I'll just, if you could wrap up with that request.
Yeah. Yes, look, I think one of the, from our submission, you'll see that one of the things we sort of called out was consistent data. So data is always, I'm a research person, so it's very important to me, but also more importantly to all our endeavours to make sure that the services that we're providing actually work, to draw from the evidence base. And I think when services are funded, making it a condition of funding that that those data are shared back so that we can see what works and focus resources on that, on the programs that do work is really important.
Yeah. And I guess just going back to one of the things I mentioned in my opening statement, that there are lots of low cost or no cost options for government, particularly looking at things like early stage planning for housing developments, things like supporting those connect centres that don't cost much money but do have a big impact over the long term in terms of people's feelings of loneliness and social isolation.
Thank you.
Just if I could just add one more thing too. I think in terms of promotion and sort of awareness raising, one of the things that I think is a really important message is that connection between human contact, human connection, and well-being. So one of the things I like to say is that it's one of the foundation stones. So good sleep, getting good sleep, getting good nutrition, exercise, and connection are fundamental to well-being as humans. And I think the more that we sort of promote that message, hopefully the more impact that we can have in getting people to take loneliness seriously.
Thank you. We thank you very much for your evidence and submission and for the work that Lifeline does. I think, Mr. Kasirakis, you took something on notice from Mr. D. Adams, so the Secretariat will be in touch with you about that also if there's supplementary questions. Thank you again very much for your involvement today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Before we begin, could I ask each of you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Mr. McAuliffe.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Phil McAuliffe, founder Humans Connecting. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name's Jonathan Lawless. I'm assisting with funding for Phil at Humans Connecting. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless.
And my name is Paul Dolby. I'm the founder of Spoke International. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And I acknowledge we have two different organisations here, so if you'd like to begin by making a short statement, maybe Mr. McAuliffe.
Thank you, Chair. That solves the conversation that Paul and I were having of rock, scissors, paper about going.
I thought it was age before beauty and I lost on both counts.
I firstly just want to say two things very simply. One is I'm very grateful to be here. The reason that I started Humans Connecting is very personal and speaks to a lived experience of loneliness and not knowing how to respond to it. But I've been working on loneliness and human connection and social disconnection now for over 5 years. And one of the things that is incredibly challenging, frustrating at times, is being heard. And I'm very grateful to you and to the Standing Committee for giving us a voice here through providing a submission and providing evidence. And one of the things about working on loneliness and social disconnection is there's furious agreement that it is an important issue. It affects so many people. There's data, there's statistics, there's research, there's analysis, there's reports that all point in the same direction. Fundamentally though, loneliness and social isolation, loneliness and social disconnection is an experience, a life experience that we want other people to have. And when it comes to sitting with it, we are in the uncomfortable position of having to reckon with the state of our own connections. And that can be deeply uncomfortable. Loneliness is an experience that we're happier for other people to have rather than ourselves. And it's for that reason there is an ironic loneliness to working on loneliness and social disconnection. And so being given a voice here and given an opportunity to have a conversation, to answer your questions, is something that we at Humans Connecting are extremely grateful, and thank you for your time. The second thing that I wanted to finish in wrapping up my opening statement is a repeat of one of our recommendations, and to please be bold, please be courageous. Many governments, national governments, state territory governments here in Australia and globally are wrestling with the enigmatic problem of loneliness and social disconnection in their communities and within societies. There's been many great things, but sometimes what's been recommended is a variation of the same theme. Being bold and being courageous is, we feel, what's needed to help people help citizens in jurisdictions feel that they belong, feel that they feel seen, feel heard, and want to make a positive contribution to places and spaces where they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAuliffe. Mr. Dolby.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Look, my lack of understanding of my own story, combined with my inability to listen to my loneliness, led to me attempting suicide in 2018, and again as recently as October 2023. Following a brain tumour diagnosis in 2014, I lost my career, my marriage, my identity, my security and my purpose. The combined load of my physical and financial challenges saw me transition from transient to chronic loneliness. I now listen to my loneliness in a different way on a daily basis. We live in an overcomplicated world, a world where we're moving rapidly away from the behaviours and patterns that have sustained us as a species for thousands upon thousands of years. Feelings of loneliness are on the rise, in my opinion, because our human instincts know that we are living in a way that is in conflict with how we are designed. To thrive, we need to be truly connected. Connected in a way that our ancestors were connected. We were not created to be individuals, we were created to thrive in small, physically connected groups. Modern humans can apparently spend as much as 35% of their waking lives in a work environment. Much of this time is spent operating in what I would call high-volume, low-value connection. My personal experiences of loneliness within the workplace, within the family unit, during a critical life-changing event, whilst trying to understand a diagnosis and whilst living with a disability, all led to interactions with healthcare providers, insurers, employers and government bodies, including the ATO. Those ongoing interactions continue to give me a terrifying insight into just how broken our society is becoming. It feels like we are losing our most fundamental human skills. Spokes built around the metaphor of the wheel. When your spokes are strong, the wheel can turn effectively. If your spokes are broken or weakened, the wheel will struggle to move forward. We believe that upstream early intervention is where we can help in this overall process of changing how we listen to loneliness. Leonardo da Vinci said simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Rather than relying on technological or pharmaceutical solutions once loneliness becomes a problem, wouldn't early intervention through conversation and connection be best to respond to our human emotion? We're currently working in partnership with the Campaign to End Loneliness and Sheffield Hallam University, based in the UK, led by Professor Andrea Wigfield, the author of Loneliness for Dummies. I'm going to give her a little plug here, an amazing book which I turn to on a regular basis. We're working on a project combining research with stories of lived experience to try and inspire a different narrative around loneliness. Through early intervention and a shift towards individual responsibility, we believe we can have significant impact in reducing upstream incidents of disconnection and the associated risks and consequences. We may even be able to provide a competitive corporate advantage. By examining how loneliness manifests and evolves in workplace settings, this process will generate actionable insights and evidence-based recommendations to support healthier, more connected working environments. The ripple effect back into the attendees' private and community lives, we believe, will be resounding. In November of 2023, due to a combination of my physical and mental condition, I suffered a nervous system failure. I was admitted to a Ramsay Health Clinic in Cremorne, just around the corner. It was a 3-week period that changed my life forever. It confirmed to me that, along with so many others, I was suffering from what I now call suppression. A lack of understanding of my own true story and my family pathology had led me to living a life based on thoughts, not facts. Our mission is to change the language of loneliness through the sharing of lived experience stories and a collaborative life journey approach. With the help of committed corporate partners, we want to work with the few, not the many. We believe we can create authentic ripples of change. We know we'll be just one spoke in the wheel of this broader solution to a huge problem, but we're absolutely committed to being game changers for current and future generations. We know that the right corporate and political partners can help accelerate positive change. Loneliness, as I heard in previous submissions as well, will speak to everyone at some time or in some circumstance during our lives. It doesn't discriminate, it's not there to hurt us, it's there to help us, and we need to learn to listen to loneliness. As a species, we're moving away from what has sustained us, human connection, face-to-face, in person. We aim to reverse that trend and empower the individual to make positive change. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you so much, and it's very powerful when people with lived experience do join us, so thank you both for that. I wanted to ask a question, which I've been reading all these submissions and having these witnesses, and many of you speak about early intervention and conversations and connection, and I guess getting very practical about it. What is, because that seems obvious, except it's not happening. So what is it that you recommend, and this is to all of you, that actually creates those opportunities? So yes, okay, conversations and connection, but what are the policies? How do we get to those conversations?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I think that's the million-dollar question, Chair. For us at Humans Connecting, in a similar way to how Paul said with Spoke being upstream, loneliness, I'm sure you've heard this in previous oral submissions, in evidence, loneliness has such a stigma to it. And not only does it have like the stigma prevents us from talking openly about it, because if we do talk openly about it and we admit our loneliness, we risk judgment, we risk the thing that we fear, which is further rejection, and thought of as broken and somehow not worthy of love and belonging, which is that's a very big thing to admit. And because we don't talk about it openly, that feeds the stigma. But sooner or later, we all have that reckoning within ourselves. And when we do have that reckoning, it can be very tough because we don't know how to talk about it as a society. We don't have the language of loneliness, as we call it. And so we don't know how to talk about it. We don't know how to sit with other people's stories of loneliness without wanting to fix it, because in fixing it, we can reduce our own discomfort. Because someone, as we say at Humans Connecting, coming out as lonely holds up an uncomfortable mirror to someone receiving that news, that they might actually then have to sit with the discomfort that their connections aren't great either. And so we want to, and Che, you've heard me say this before, like we want to talk about loneliness out there. And talking about loneliness out there keeps it clinical, keeps it clean, keeps it something that other people have. And in a similar way to what Paul said, empowering people to own it, to listen to it, is the only way, and it is fantastic, the only way for people to harness that power of loneliness. That even if they don't know what words to use, even if they feel really yucky, feel really uncomfortable, they don't know how to describe it, they don't know how to ask for help. That for us is key, and we do that by talking openly about loneliness at every opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Dolby?
Yeah, I think before Phil said it, I've written down here, it's like one of those quiz shows, I've written down language of loneliness, and I think that's really, really critical. I think if we're ever in a position to do a campaign, I think it should be around that, to really lift, I say about listening to my loneliness. Phil was part of this journey as well, that conversation around loneliness actually being very similar to hunger or thirst, and then the decisions you make as a response to that feeling. You know, you can make a decision if you're hungry to head down to McDonald's, or you can go and get a salad, and you know there'll be consequences and knock-on effects of that. No different to loneliness. And I'm absolutely been guilty of this in the last decade, where I look for that high-volume, low-value connection, and it might be going down and drinking alcohol and having, high-volume, low-level conversations. Does that really fix that? It may be a short solution, but it's not a long-term solution. We had a really good conversation the last time I was back in Sheffield with Andrea Wigfield, who's the professor who I mentioned earlier, about the language of loneliness and the fact that it's called the campaign to end loneliness, and that we have ending loneliness together here. It creates that initial opinion that you need to eradicate it. We don't need to eradicate it. We need to understand it and embrace it. And I think if we can some way lift that language and the lightness of that experience, that would be a huge change for people to acknowledge it as something that is human and normal. Would be significant, I think, in my opinion. And one other final thing there as well is I think around reaching out and connecting, having been through my own journey, whether this is at the critical end or purely in loneliness, when you've dropped into those deep levels of that, it's too late to reach out to those connections. You need to have created those connections prior to that, because you're not comfortable. When you're in a critical situation, you're not comfortable because you think of yourself as a burden or the stigma. Then, so we need to lighten the load. We need to lighten the language of loneliness. I think it'll be fantastic. Thank you.
I've got more questions, but...
If I could just...
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the three of you for making time and for your submission and for your work in this field. If I could run through a hypothetical scenario, and I'll ask each of you, starting with Mr. McAuliffe. Hypothetically, you wake up tomorrow, you're the Premier. What would you want to implement to see movement in this space?
For me, pulling levers of government, and this is in our submission, the issue of loneliness and social isolation is so gnarly. so complex and complicated and unique to each individual in New South Wales. But we all have our own ways in wading into the loneliness pool. And there are many different sort of characteristics, but there are so many similarities to that. And because of the stigma of loneliness, the kind of force field around the concept and the word, we need to come at it from another angle. And this is something that we suggested in our submission, and that is putting belonging at the centre of decisions, given the same weight in briefings from the public service to ministers, given the same weight as other considerations in cabinet submissions about how does this help the people of, in this instance, New South Wales, feel that they belong to their community. And that is a much more positive sort of approach to take, rather than how can this stop people feeling lonely? Well, nothing will stop people feeling lonely, because we're meant to feel lonely, and it's an important signal that we're meant to connect. But humans who feel that we belong feel connected, and when we feel connected, we don't feel lonely. So if for us at Humans Connecting, it's focus on how do we make decisions that help people feel that they belong, and put that at the centre of planning, put that at the centre of budget considerations and the like. So focus on belonging.
Thank you. Anybody else?
It's incredibly complex. So I think for me, that lightening the language on loneliness would be fantastic. I say if there's some sort of campaign we can start that conversation around lightening this language and how we do that. But then trying to find and genuinely create authentic collaboration, I think, between sort of politicians, corporate leaders, academics and lived experience, bringing together some of this, where there's, I said in my submission, there's a danger here. Having spent sort of 8 to 10 years in the mental health crisis end of things, where these things, everything starts with great intentions, but these things ultimately end up it becomes an industry. And I think this will probably be the same with loneliness. It will very quickly become an industry, and then it becomes political, and then it becomes difficult, right? So I think it has to be collaboration. It has to be like-minded people. We just literally one step at a time. Individual, direct conversation. We know, as you know, myself in a lived experience perspective, I can only, in fact, I've always been fascinated by this idea of the influencer that's happening recently, and I've got a friend whose daughter is making ridiculous amounts of money as a 20-year-old, publishing information on a site, and people subscribe, and I thought, how is she doing this? And so I went to look at what she was actually selling, and realised quite quickly, and I know her dad very well, I said, I realised what she's doing is she's taking all the information that I have an 18-year-old daughter, the information that I would give to my 18-year-old daughter, she will not hear from me. Yeah. This 20-year-old has realised that I can recycle that information and deliver it to people 2 or 3 years younger than me, and I'll be a guru, and they'll pay for it. And I think it's this thing of, it's not what you hear as much as where you hear it from. And I think by putting the right people in front of the right audiences with a similar message is where we need to go. So, yeah, I think I have a certain audience. Phil has a certain audience. My daughter hopefully has got a very different audience. So it's complicated, but...
thank you, that's a great insight. Chair?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions. They're probably more for Mr. Dolby in relation to your submission. It's on probably third page in. In response to the terms of reference question A, I'm just wanted to understand a little bit more about the work that you're doing with the UK to collect, and it's a quote, relevant information pre, during and post our corporate and community events. So what are those events, but also how are you collecting that information? Because I think that's one of the things that has come through from this, all the submissions, the inquiry so far, is that actually being able to measure and understand loneliness is a challenge in itself.
Oh, it's incredibly difficult. And I think from my perspective, again, having been involved in that critical care and the mental and the suicide prevention end of things, I was really conscious that I wanted to make sure that anything I was doing was authentic, sustainable, but also could evolve. And so I literally reached out myself 2 years ago to the Campaign to End Loneliness, and then they basically were absorbed into Sheffield Home University, so I made the connections. And really from a learning perspective of my own, I wanted to have good people around me. And absolutely, there's some amazing academics and they have this challenge around funding. So I have this belief that the corporate world needs to stand up and needs to be involved. But I didn't want to be in a situation where I become another workshop and box checking exercise that I'll go in on certain days of the year and I'll do my talk, my Mind the Gap talk, and people are elevated and share stories and then move forward. There needs to be something more persistent around it. And so I've been working with not only the guys in Sheffield Hallam, but also Dr. Sarah Wright in New Zealand, in Christchurch, around how do we do something that's, we can give the corporate enough of an insight into what we're trying to do to then feed back to them that there's genuine need for further activity. So historically, the workshops I've been doing would be, we'd collect anecdotal evidence and you'd share stories afterwards, but then what was next? So what we've decided to do in this instance is really do a pre-questionnaire of anybody that will attend the workshop around their perception of loneliness. We then go in and we run the Mind the Gap conversation with some of that information, and then we'll do so Dr. Sarah Wright in New Zealand has created a workplace loneliness scale, which we're looking to adapt to also be not about just your workplace loneliness, but loneliness within your personal environment as well. So once we can then gather that information. The idea being that once we have that, we'll then start to move to the next phase of having people commit to a more detailed interview process, which will establish themes. But what we really want to do is have the corporates involved as well. So it's not just a prescriptive research project, it evolves based on the themes that we discover. So it really, at the moment, it's small data sets that we're then looking to move to interview. The ultimate aim of Spoke is that we'll be in a position where the idea is that we find what we call spokespeople inside, say an Ernst & Young, for example. We'll go in, we'll start that process, we'll find stories of lived experience through the research, and we'll then enable them to become the spokespeople in their organisation. Because going back to my original point, I think if you're hearing a story that's relatable to somebody that's been through your organisation or lived in your organisation, it becomes even more relevant. So look, we're in relatively early stages of this. Having just done the ad hoc workshops, I was just determined to build something that's more sustainable and informed, if that makes sense.
Can I just jump in and ask a supplementary question on this to Mr. McAuliffe? Because Humans Connecting also, I understand, have like a suite of tools, and I know also you have a workplace focus as well. So I just wondered if you had some sort of supplementary ideas, suggestions, comments following Mr. Dolby's.
Thank you. In a similar way to Paul, we have partnered with Annecy Behavioural Science Lab in France. And that's headed by Dr. Hans Rocha Eiserman, who is also chair of, I always forget the exact name of the school, but at Oxford as well, and one of the world's leading academics on measuring loneliness. We connected because of a mutual frustration. We know we want to make an impact. We know that it's important to measure that impact in that pre, during, post sort of phases of interactions with us, whether that's personal or whether that's in a workplace. But the current measures are bad and are from the 90s and aren't accessible. ABSL is leading our global leaders in creating a new, more inclusive, including the developed world and the global south, about what it means to feel disconnected as a human and what it means to feel connected as a human in a much more nuanced way. And the product that we're developing and provide allows businesses to tap into that research as it's happening and come up with something that is bespoke, tailored to their organisation. It's fantastic to be at that sort of the cutting edge of that and being able to come up with a much more nuanced response tailored to individual offices within, say, for instance, global organisations, because that meets loneliness where and how it is. But the challenge always is how does the measurement, how does the data, how does the science behind this translate into something that is meaningful and useful to the individuals within those workplaces, within the organisations, within communities, within families, wherever the human is. So yeah, in a similar way to Paul, we're working with academics as well.
Is there any role that you have with the UK or the French government, or is this all as a private sector?
So I understand, and I don't want to speak on behalf of ABSL, so NLC Behavioural Science Lab, but they do work with the French government. They do work, they're integral within means to address loneliness within the European Union, including this week. There's a Lonely EU launch that finished yesterday. And they also work within the United States and like within with NASA and various universities. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's within Europe and within the United States, and with plans to do more here on this side of the world as well.
Yep. Thank you. I might just check in with our members online. Any questions, Mr. Barrett?
I will just ask a quick question, possibly of Mr. Dolby, and upon your reflection of your sort of journey into loneliness, is there a path you think that you wish you'd taken, or a path that was there, or even one that was better lit on your journey there? And this could be a high level thing right down to, I wish I'd joined the pub choir.
No, I can tell you exactly what it is. I wish I'd understood my family pathology, and by that I mean my mother's story. I wish I'd understood. She went through some extreme trauma at the age of 13, which I was loosely aware of, but she'd never shared for over 70 years. And kind of after my first critical event, as I'll call it, 2018, I wrote her a letter. I call it my unsaids, and I shared this letter with her, and it provoked her then on my subsequent trip back for her to actually share 2 letters that she'd had for 70 years from her father, who she witnessed him die in traumatic situation with cancer. And it just suddenly explained so much of my life. It basically, I have 2 beautiful children over here. I'm happily divorced. Those things would never have happened had I not left the UK. But my misunderstanding of my relationship with my mother, and her not having, she lived in loneliness for 70 years and continues to, right? And I can't change that. But what I'm able to now change is my understanding of that relationship, and how that, I talk about wearing my heather glasses. I've seen so many things in my life through that lens of the way my mother was fiercely protective of me, and now I understand it was to protect her from her own trauma. But the impact that had on my life has been so significant, but I didn't know the story. And now I know the full story. I'm able to really understand how I interact with my own children, how I interact in relationships. Some may say it's come too late for me at 53. But yeah, I wish I had a way of communicating intergenerationally better than we did, and that my parents have been able to articulate their own stories, because that had a huge impact on my story. Sorry if that's going a bit too deep, but that's absolutely it. I wish I'd be able to talk to my mum.
Thank you. Sorry, thanks, Scott. I wonder, Mr. McAuliffe, would you be prepared to answer the same question? Because I know you come as a lived experience. Are there sort of junctures or choices or?
Yeah, absolutely. And the advantage of going after Paul is that I had some opportunity to pause and reflect. For me, simply, I wish that I'd had the courage to live more as me. And I got very good, and this, as we know from our work at Humans Connecting, got very good at school at saying the right thing to the right people at the right time to get the right outcome. And I suspect this is no matter the room that I'm in, that message resonates, because it's a common way that it's a common technique that we all develop, or many of us develop, to get through tough days as an adolescent, and it works. And it works, and it works, and it works until it doesn't, sometime around midlife. And the midlife crisis, opportunity, reawakening, is that opportunity to come back to ourselves. And loneliness is often a symptom of that. where one of the sources of my loneliness was I was being all things to everybody, so I was being nothing to myself. I was very good at my job, working in diplomacy. I was very good. I was climbing the ladder in the Australian public service. I was, getting into rooms, making decisions and having my voice heard, but it wasn't my voice. I wasn't in there. So my at each and every opportunity now, I walk into rooms and places and spaces in conversations as me. And I wish that I could say that back to 16-year-old me when Jonathan and I met at school, all the way through to 39-year-old me as well. So that was sort of the genesis of mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and regrettably that's the end of our time, but I did want to particularly express my thanks to you for the work that you do, but also your willingness to come along, give evidence and express the vulnerability that you have in this forum, and that is seen and greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much for making the time to give evidence today, Associate Professor Baker, and for the submission. Could we start by getting you to swear an oath, but state your name and position title first?
J.R. Baker, Chair of the Australian Social Prescribing Institute of Research and Education. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, please. We all know the story of the boiling frog. Drop it in hot water and it jumps, but raise the heat slowly and it won't notice the rising danger until it's too late. We are that frog, not noticing as our social connections dissolve degree by degree. But our problem is bigger than just losing social connection and social health as a society. It's the gradual death of our social contract, the fundamental understanding that community isn't just about living alongside other people, it's about creating with them and contributing to them. Being part of a community means owing something to it, building something for it. And this was the original philosophy of the spirit of mateship. Instead, we've reduced citizenship in many ways to a transaction. We pay taxes and vote and expect services in return, and no longer see ourselves as co-creators of the places we live. We become customers of our own society. And when society stops expecting contribution, it stops thriving. When your car breaks down, what do? Usually you call the NRMA. They tell you what's wrong and try to get you back on the road. But when someone's social life breaks down, when they lose connection, purpose, and community, who do they call? Right now, it's hard to call anyone. We tell them to reach out, but that's like asking them to somehow jumpstart a car with a dead battery. Now imagine if 1 in 3 cars are broken down on our roads every day, the gridlock. We'd call it a crisis and we'd demand urgent action. But 1 in 3 Australians are lonely. 1 in 2 lack companionship at least some of the time. and social isolation is as bad for your health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. But this crisis is invisible. It hides behind closed doors and silent suffering in quiet houses and apartments. And that's why we need roadside assistance for social and civic health. Just like the NRMA, social prescribing is our trusted service when we're stuck. A social prescribing link worker is like that reliable mechanic who shows up and not only fixes your car, but makes sure you get where you need to go. Sometimes you just need a jump start from a neighbor, and that's great. And sometimes you're not sure what's wrong, and you know you're just not moving forwards. That's where social prescribing comes in. A link worker doesn't just address the immediate problems of loneliness. They ask, where do you want to go? They help figure out what matters to you, and they remind you that you yourself matter. Being part of a community isn't just about getting help when you're broken down. It's about being part of the network that keeps everyone moving. The New South Wales government has already shown that social prescribing works. Our own workers' compensation scheme, iCare, invested in a world-leading trial of social prescribing 7 years ago. The results, for every dollar invested, $3.84 in benefit was created. New South Wales did this before the rest of the country was even thinking about social prescribing. The community resources a link worker refers to already exist. The healthcare providers and trusted people, pharmacists and GPs who can identify people with unmet needs already exist. Social prescribing is really just about adding the missing pieces to connect the dots. An easy, cost-effective, sustainable solution we know will work. And so it's worth remembering we need to preserve the rich assets our communities have for social prescribing to work. It relies on those assets to bring people together. So I'd like to take a moment just to talk about bowling clubs, but it could be netball or art galleries or anything else. But over the past 40 years, Greater Sydney has lost half its bowling clubs, 120. And on the way here this morning, I drove by Gosford City Bowling Club, which is probably closing in the next few weeks. Why? A lot of reasons, but in part, it's on council-owned land being reclassified from community to recreational, a technical shift that opens the door for commercial redevelopment. A bowling club is not a recreational facility, and this one is special. It's a third space, a third place, one of those rare places between home and work where community happens. It's where Bill Murphy, who's 91, finds his only social connection every day after losing his wife 18 years ago. It's where there's a group of stroke survivors who regain confidence and movement supported by familiar faces and grab a beer afterwards. It's where deaf bowlers can turn up and know there'll be people who understand them. It's where 17 members who play are blind, the largest number of any club in Australia. It's where people come from all over, from Quaker Hills, from Moorset, because this club welcomes people with a disability. It offers some of the only accessible greens in the region, and people with a disability are actively invited to play. So, a bowling club is actually where bridging social capital is built. It's where people from different walks of life meet, talk, and form real connections, where they talk about what they have in common and avoid talking about their differences often, where intergenerational capital grows and older people can mentor younger people and wisdom can be shared across ages, where civic infrastructure is maintained not in bricks and mortar but in relationships, trust, and belonging. And yet these places keep disappearing. Not because they're not needed, but because our system often values commercial returns more than civic wealth. But every lost club, every closed hole, every bulldozed gathering space is another crack in our social infrastructure. And this cost isn't just measured in dollars. It's measured in the pain of loneliness, disconnection, and exclusion, and the people left behind when community vanishes. Because once these places are gone, where do people go? One of the members is 101, and she gets up every day just to go bowling. What happens if that club goes in 3 weeks? Our system we live in today is designed for disconnection. Not intentionally often, although a lot of people actually do it intentionally for different reasons. For example, it's easier to doom scroll or gamble from a toilet seat than play with your kids. Simpler to share conspiracy theories online or stalk a stranger's pictures than share a meal with neighbors, and it costs a lot less. It's more profitable to build algorithm-driven echo chambers than create real community spaces. And when community tries to rebuild, often they hit a wall of regulation. You can't lend a neighbor a power tool without worrying about liability. Can't run a street party without expensive insurance and securing a range of permissions, and can't start a community group without drowning paperwork as if you're a corporation. And if you let your kids play alone in the park, you might even be arrested for child abuse. We've regulated community into submission, made sharing a legal risk, and turned informal helping into a liability nightmare. And we see the impacts everywhere. We should design for contribution, not just for consumption. We need to design our communities, our services, and our policies, and our legislation for connection. When you walk up to a door and see a push pad or a pull handle, you don't need instructions. Good design makes the right action obvious. Imagine if we design our communities and our legislation the same way. Now, designing for contribution matters greatly. Social prescribing asks what matters to a person, but it also gives them the opportunity to realize that they matter. They have something to offer and they have something to contribute. A community isn't about living alongside others, it's about creating with them. And right now we're losing that expectation that people contribute. The opposite of loneliness in many ways is having purpose and being valued, and these are inherently tied to contribution. The cost of loneliness and isolation isn't just lost productivity or worsening healthcare. When people feel disconnected from their communities, they become susceptible to extreme views and even radicalization. We see bad things in the paper at the minute. And on papers, when local papers close and community groups dissolve, misinformation often fills the void. When we lose our third places, we lose the informal connections that build democratic resilience. So this isn't really just a well-being issue. It's an economic issue, a security issue, and a democracy issue. Because when people stop believing they matter, they stop showing up. First for their neighbors, then for their communities, then for democracy itself. So there are 5 simple things we must do now. First, jumpstart people in communities. Social prescribing isn't just about services, it's about helping people reconnect with meaning, purpose, and each other. Every community should have link workers who can connect people to activities, groups, and opportunities to contribute. Right now, people want to connect, but the system doesn't make it easy. 2, make community assets easy to use. Schools, libraries, public buildings should be open for local use after hours without layers of red tape. It shouldn't take months of approvals to host community meetings or weekend sports events in a space that already exists. 3, reward businesses that build community and not those that extract from it. Maybe my most contentious one. Local cafes that host book clubs, shops that sponsor sports teams, and businesses that hire locally should get payroll tax breaks. Maybe. Meanwhile, gig economy giants, automation-driven businesses, and companies that replace human connection with algorithms should invest in communities through a social infrastructure levy. If a business extracts value without reinvesting, it's weakening civic health.
Professor Baker, could I just make a request? We've already 15 minutes.
Sorry.
We're already 15 minutes in.
Of course.
And I wondered if you're happy to tender the document, we might take the rest of it. Will come into evidence.
Yes.
And we can ask supplementary questions as well. I'm just conscious that we've got you here as our resource and expert, and we'd like to be able to use that to the best of our advantage. And I guess the first thing I'd like to ask is social prescribing has come up a lot in the submissions that we've received across a whole range of submissions. And I guess I'm still puzzling a little bit about what that looks like. How is someone, before you even prescribe, how is someone diagnosed? And then what does that look like, and what is the follow-up? And this idea of a link worker, how is that? Yep. Is that how is that? So if you could just maybe describe quite systematically the process, that would be really helpful.
Sure. So obviously people have a range of things that affect their well-being, sort of the building blocks of health, and some of those can be as simple as noticing that they feel the actual tangible pain of disconnection, isolation, rejection, and other things can be more practical and visible, but feed into that still. So we've heard from a lot of the sort of evidence presented in the submissions that social, economic factors, distance and the tyranny of sort of regionality and all those things impact. So social prescribing is really about when people have those things, those bits missing from the sort of building blocks of health, whether it's food security, housing, or connections to others. A person, a trusted person. You'll hear later from a colleague who's a pharmacist who talks about how pharmacists are some of the most trusted people in the world, but it could be a teacher, a GP, or anybody. A trusted person realizes and recognizes there's a need, and that can be facilitated through training, but it can also just be intentionally making a call to action, I suppose, to our communities to look out and to actually invite people to connect. The previous speakers really aptly described how feeling included, feeling like you belong, and feeling like you can be yourself are sort of key essential factors in well-being. And so when people have those things missing, you can actually, gently offer them opportunities so they can connect to their tribe, to their group, to their interest, to their passion. Then in practice, they get linked into a link worker, and they are supposed to ask you what matters to you effectively and what can make life more wonderful. And what that does is that really shifts the conversation to what's important to a person. And it kind of captures some of the stuff that other people have talked have been lost. So religion's been lost, social infrastructure's been lost. And so it gives them a different way to talk about purpose, meaning, values, and vision. And from that, you can connect people to those sort of social assets, community groups, and other things that then improve quality of life effectively, because you move out of an identity, so to speak, of being lonely or isolated or not valued by society, and it brings you into a place where you have identity and purpose that's different.
Can I ask follow-up questions? So this, using the term social prescribing,
Sure.
for me, as I said, it's quite a formal term. It's quite a formal way of describing it. And so in my head, there's quite a process, but you're describing quite a fluid process or thing. Yeah. And I wondered then, and I know we have had some discussion of this in the committee, do you think the term social prescribing is helpful, or does it risk making something sound like there is a formal medicalised process that you go through?
Both. Yeah, my answer would be both. So it is helpful because some of the people, if you think of the current system, and if someone is feeling profound loneliness, they might talk to their GP. Mm-hmm. You know, so, and they might get something that might not be a sustainable solution. So they might get antidepressants, they might get a referral to a psychologist. That doesn't change their circumstances, and it doesn't change their life direction some of the time, but it's what we have. So I suppose inviting people in a position to make those referrals in the language they're used to made sense, particularly when the UK rolled things out. And it really is a response to struggling healthcare systems not able to keep up with the deluge of mental health related issues and chronic health conditions and all the rest of the stuff, the things that kind of go out of control when you don't address those building blocks of health. So that part's helpful. But to prescribe, I guess you'd know what prescribing means more than I would, which is, I guess, to dictate by putting things in writing effectively. And there are some issues with that because a person really has to prescribe for themselves. You can't tell a person what matters to them. You can't tell a person how life could be more wonderful. So there is the limitation to the language, but in terms of that vernacular, making it something acceptable and accessible to, the most likely sources of noticing that there's something wrong, I think that was probably the underlying logic for it. But yeah, there are limitations.
Thank you. I might pass to my colleague.
I have one question before I hand on. In your submission, you referred to the UK's All-Party Parliamentary Working Group and recommendation around creative health. What is creative health?
So that submission was with a bunch of colleagues, so I might have to take it on notice, but was that in the Arts on Prescription section, possibly?
Page 12.
It's absolutely fine to take it on notice.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if it means just looking at more holistically or creatively, or if it's an arts thing. So yeah, happy for you to take it on notice. That's fine.
Quite possible. And I only jumped to arts because I think today in Texas there's an Arts on Prescription sort of event happening. And I noticed this morning the headline was that doing art reduces your dementia risk by 63%. And so I suppose not only do you get a connection, but of course the benefits in terms of health and well-being and outcomes.
And the only other question is just in relation to the social prescribing framework, because delivery of healthcare, particularly in Australia, it's obviously state and federal. Yeah. Have you had any engagement or work at a national level in how this would be looked at across all jurisdictions?
Yes. So I suppose the Commonwealth Government Department of Health has been running a national feasibility study into the feasibility of social prescribing. And whilst I don't think it's publicly released yet, I think you can ascertain just from the submissions people made to that a lot of the suggestions were that it does belong partly in primary care, that it's a shared responsibility between local government, state government, and Commonwealth, because everyone has different pieces of the puzzle of well-being, that obviously the Commonwealth with primary care as a lever would probably use a mechanism like PHNs to support that sort of thing. And if you sort of extrapolate from the Dutch models of social prescribing, you could theoretically use a level B consult within Medicare right now to do preventative health things, to address chronic health risks. And so we know that if we can address social isolation and loneliness, we can actually justify that as preventative health measures. So there are places immediately you could insert it into that. There is a consensus statement which was developed last year around Social Prescribing Day, which I hope we reference, but if not, we can provide that afterwards, signed off by 100 different organizations, including big orgs like the RACGP and Pharmaceutical Society and the like. And it does provide a roadmap for how all governments could work together to implement social prescribing across Australia.
Thank you.
Dr. Khan?
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions and appreciate they may need to be taken on notice as well if I'm referring to sections written by a colleague. I'm quite predictably interested in nature-based programs, and you cited a really interesting study showing that having at least 30% of local land use as parkland supported a quarter reduction in the odds of becoming lonely. And there's a comment in the submission that implementation of nature-based programs requires addressing practical barriers, and I was hoping you could speak to what those are and how we can address them.
I could, but I looked at your list of people providing expert testimony today, or expert submissions. I don't know what the correct language is, but I noticed that the Power Lab group was presenting later, and they are probably best placed to address those specific things because that's their expertise, designing environments to reduce loneliness effectively and to increase green capital. So obviously, yeah, is that all right if I take it on notice and suggest they might be best placed to answer that one?
Yes, please. And a second question, if I may.
You may.
In your opening statement, you referred to some of the barriers in community for sort of community use of existing facilities and assets. Yep. Are there specific examples of barriers you can provide us? And again, on notice, if you like, that we should be looking at addressing? On notice, if I can, and if it's possible to table a document, I did have a list of, it's a list of possible areas where the government could do things easily and immediately, I suppose, to address things across a range of departments. And
please. Yes, that'd be great to table that if you could.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett or Ms. Saval online. Mr. Barrett, anything from you for now?
Look, I didn't have anything specifically, but I guess the range of activities that we want to send people to get them involved, is it important to have quite a big range? We heard earlier about people, finding their tribe and that sort of stuff. Yep. I'm guessing it's important to have that diversity in the different groups and organisations and activities available. I'd just like you to touch on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of like going to a restaurant. If it has one dish, you know what you're going to order. And that can be okay if it's a great dish. So I suppose in the old days, a lot of restaurants just did what they were good at. But most of us now expect a range of things to address our appetite. And it isn't always easy to connect with something you don't really relate to. So there are some amazing things. Like in the UK, there's lots of fishing groups that, have easy, low-cost sort of entry points that people can join. But, you wouldn't ask someone who is a vegan to do a fishing group sort of thing. So there are things that are grossly inappropriate for the people who might be referred to them. So yeah, the range of options is important, and it's not always going to be locally accessible. I think COVID did do a small favor in terms of creative ways to connect if you can't do that locally. So one colleague, I believe, did research on dance, which included people in regional New South Wales, possibly, or somewhere regionally in Australia, but also in the UK and other places, and looked at if you could still connect through dance classes, even if they weren't locally available to you, but through shared video connection. Now, there's obviously something nice about having someone face-to-face that you see, because you might be able to have that side conversation afterwards, be able to actually rely on them for things beyond sort of social health measures, but also social capital measures, like, can you help me move the fridge this weekend when I'm moving? So those practical, tangible things that make you feel supported and part of something are sometimes more absent when you don't have that physical contact, but you can still connect in with things that matter to you. And yeah, so I suppose a range is great, and you can be creative with that.
Sorry, Mr. Barrett, could I just jump in for 1 second? One of the things we've heard and read in some of the submissions about, I guess, measures to ameliorate loneliness is often group activities. And it seems to me what social prescribing is a lot about trying to connect people with groups. But what we've heard is that the step from feeling isolated or lonely into a group activity, it often seems too big a step to take. Yep. How does social prescribing deal with that aspect? Because it seems to me, and I've only done the reading that I've, through this inquiry, that it is very group focused.
Yeah, it can be. Actually, I can probably answer that, and I didn't fully answer your earlier question, so I might do two at once. So the lowest level of intervention in that sort of social prescribing landscape that isn't social prescribing itself is a community connector model, which is often referred to as compassionate communities or that sort of thing, because a newspaper article titled that some time ago. But the essence of that model is that a community link pretty much puts all its assets into an information access point, a phone number, a directory, and all the citizens just refer people to it. So that's a passive, very affordable, very good return on investment sort of mechanism. If you had local councils or libraries hold a list of stuff you could do that matters to you, it's that sort of low-cost version. But as you say, for the people who can't just jumpstart their car by turning the key and hoping it's going to work, a link worker is actually that touch point where they can employ skills like coaching or just doing warm sort of connection activities to help you actually feel confident to go a place you might have never gone, to explore something that's of interest to you, and to have deeper sort of discussions. And I know in the executive sort of world and in big business, we value coaches. But a lot of the time, people don't get a coach if they don't have the economic capability of having that to just focus on the things that matter. So I've seen plenty of CEOs who can tell you exactly the 5 things that matter, their 10-year plan and everything else. But a lot of the rest of us are left kind of listless, wondering what we're supposed to do and not having someone ask us what actually matters to you and where do you want to be in 5 years. And
So there's a difference between a social prescriber and a link worker.
Yep.
And if that's the case, where is this link worker and where are they situated? How are they funded?
Yep. So at the moment, well, I can give you a couple different answers to that. So within the most of the models in New South Wales I could talk to have been funded either by PHNs or there's that iCare pilot that was funded.
Yep.
And so usually the link worker can be situated in a community managed organization. In other places, they could be in community centers or neighborhood centers or neighborhood houses, depending on the vernacular. And they can be co-located in GP practices or pharmacies or other places. So in Northern Sydney, for example, there's some link workers in GP practices, some in community health centres, and some just in the community so that anybody can access them. In Southeast New South Wales, there's a program that's aimed at providing social prescribing for people at risk of or living with chronic and complex health conditions. But 90% of the people accessing that are on some sort of healthcare card or pension. And those link workers float because of the large regional size between a range of practices. So we kind of would call that a patient-centered medical neighborhood model where a bunch of practices and pharmacies can access a shared resource, which is the link worker, and connect their patients to that. So where they physically sit can vary, and there's strengths and weaknesses to every approach. But yeah, it is possible to deploy them in a range of ways for a range of regional contexts.
Okay. Mr. Barrett, sorry, I think I cut you off. Back to you.
I guess conscious of time, but Professor, some of the options you were providing before were, financial incentives to, I guess, aid this community connectedness. I presume that the other side of that is you believe that there is financial rewards for having this social cohesion.
Yeah, I suppose in the grander scale, we usually use money as the sort of measure of value, which I get. But then if you look at things like informal caregiving, looking after sick family members or children or all sorts of different sort of range of people, if you try to value that, the value is quite high. And so when you try to value sort of different ways where people actually live contributory lives, oftentimes we don't capture the full sort of value of that. We look at productivity and economic figures and GDP as the only metrics. So I suppose by activating more people, whether it's bushwalking clubs, which still has indirect effects. So you have savings in terms of actual expenditure. So if you think of older people who keep out and about walking or who play games, playing games on its own is going to knock down your risk of a cardiovascular event by 20% if you're over 70. So it saves money in terms of healthcare. We don't pay for the cardiologists and for the rehab and for the emergency department room. But we also get people out and about doing stuff, which actually builds up dexterity and balance and those sorts of things. So we keep them from becoming frail and falling. And it builds cognitive capacities. So we know that there's going to be a huge number of people with cognitive issues like dementia in the coming years. But it actually keeps some of those things at bay longer. And so what you get in that sense is statistical value of life years. So actual good years or health years, if you want to call it like healthy years. But years where you get that sort of value to your life, where you're not sick, you're not separated, you're not lonely, you're not disconnected. So it's about giving value in different ways. And then, economically, if you reduce costs and don't spend as much money, then of course you get the gains that way too.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Associate Professor. We have reached the end of our time. Thank you for your submission and for your time today. And I think you've both agreed to table something and to take some questions on notice. So the Secretariat will be in touch with you about those and if there's supplementary questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. coming along today to give evidence.
We did.
And here we go. Sorry, we've just got the online witnesses as well. Welcome. Thank you very much for making the time to come and speak with us today and for your submissions. If we could begin by each of you please stating your name and position title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation. And we might start with the people who are online. So we might start with Associate Professor Bose. If you could state your name, position, title and swear an oath or affirmation.
Hi, sorry. My name's Leanne Bose, Adjunct Associate Professor Leanne Bose. I am the CEO of the Australian College of Nurse Practitioners. I'm sorry, I don't have the oath open in front of me, but I swear will tell the truth. I'm just trying to find it, I'm sorry. Okay. I should have been prepared.
That's fine.
Maybe I'll let Rebecca go.
Sure.
Rebecca can do the oath.
Sure.
Yep.
Mrs. Sedgman.
Thank you so much, Sarah. My name is Rebecca Sedgman. I'm a policy advisor with the Australian College of Nurse Practitioners. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Associate Professor Bose, are you?
Yep, so I swear the evidence I'm about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And if we could go to in the room, Ms. Fairjones.
My name's Amanda Fairjones and I am the New South Wales State Manager at the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pham.
My name is Lily Pham. I am the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia New South Wales Branch Vice President, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kirshner.
Hi, my name is Jenny Kirshner. I'm a pharmacist and I'm the founder of PALS, Pharmacy Addressing Loneliness and Social Isolation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And could I ask if each organisation wants to make a short statement? Perhaps starting with the nurse practitioners.
Yes, thank you so much, Sarah. I'm happy to start with our introductory statement on behalf of the college. So on behalf of Leanne Bose, the CEO of the Australian College of Nurse Practitioners, myself, Rebecca Sedgman, as the policy advisor, and our members, we would like to express our thanks to the committee and the chair for the opportunity to participate in this important hearing. The Australian College of Nurse Practitioners represent nurse practitioners across Australia, also representing practice nurses, midwives and future nurse practitioners across Australia. We strive for improved and equitable access to healthcare and the prevention of disease and the promotion of health. Loneliness is a widespread emotion that affects people of all ages and can have serious consequences on both physical and mental health. Loneliness, secondary to long-term social isolation, has been associated with an increased risk of early death and poor self-reported health, largely due to its connection with elevated stress, poor sleep, and unhealthy habits like overeating or physical inactivity, which have been shown to increase the acquisition of non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular and cognitive diseases. Loneliness and social isolation can also lead to weight gain, which in turn increases the risk of developing type 2 diabetes, particularly when coupled with a sedentary lifestyle. From a mental health perspective, loneliness can trigger or exacerbate feelings of depression, anxiety, and elevated stress, all of which have a detrimental impact on the overall well-being. Adolescents are especially vulnerable to the health impacts of isolation, as social connections play a crucial role in their emotional and cognitive development. Isolation during these formative years can have long-term adverse effects. Furthermore, individuals who are neurodivergent, such as those with autism, ADHD, dyslexia, or other neurological conditions, often face unique challenges forming these social connections, which can intensify their experience of loneliness and increased health risks. Given these considerations, addressing loneliness and promoting social connectedness is vital to improving both the physical and mental health across all demographic groups. And we're happy to be invited to share in this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Fairjones or Ms Pham, do you have a statement from your...
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging as well. So the PSA, or the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia, is a peak national professional pharmacy organisation representing Australia's 39,000 pharmacists working in all sectors across all locations. Specifically in New South Wales, there's currently around 11,000 registered pharmacists. And PSA is the profession standard setting body and the custodian of standards, guidelines and code of ethics as well. So I guess generally in New South Wales, we've got 2,000 plus community pharmacies, and we are considered among the most accessible frontline health professionals in the community. It's estimated that on average, an Australian will visit a community pharmacy up to 18 times each year. And we, as pharmacists, can do better to harness these well-established and well-distributed networks of pharmacies to promote social connections and minimise the likelihood of people experiencing loneliness and the associated negative health outcomes as well. Pharmacists in the community already work in collaboration with other health practitioners such as GPs, allied health practitioners as well. And so we strongly support that all pharmacists are able to access comprehensive training programs and practice support tools to ensure the delivery of consistent, effective and actionable strategies to address loneliness at the patient, pharmacy and community levels. It is through this commitment that the PSA has been closely working with Jenny Kirshner, the founder of Pharmacy, addressing loneliness and social isolation. So in general, the PSA recommends a couple of different recommendations, the first being to fund pharmacy training on loneliness for all pharmacists in New South Wales, invest in the rollout of this UCLA loneliness scale screening for use in pharmacists, by pharmacists in community pharmacies and credentialed pharmacists when conducting home medicine reviews, to fund mental health first aid training for all pharmacists and pharmacy staff in New South Wales community pharmacies, to fund pharmacists to deliver remunerated telehealth consultations to allow connections with people in geographically isolated areas and those with mobility limitations due to illness and disability. And finally, to partner with the New South Wales Government to develop a comprehensive suite of continuing professional development modules, guidelines, articles and webinars addressing loneliness as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Kirshner?
Thank you. So my journey in this space is actually both professional and also deeply personal. I have had a lived experience of persistent loneliness firsthand, and it really is soul-destroying and intensely painful. Recognising the struggles of loneliness in so many of my patients and really the lack of awareness and understanding and action towards loneliness inspired me to create PALS, Pharmacy Addressing Loneliness and Social Isolation. PALS' mission is to inspire, educate and mobilise the pharmacy industry to play a role in addressing loneliness. Today I kind of invite the committee to imagine the transformative potential of leveraging an existing and highly accessible workforce across New South Wales of pharmacists. And as mentioned, there's 11,000 pharmacists and 2,000 community pharmacies. Pharmacists are one of, amongst others, the most trusted professionals, and they're really a community-embedded healthcare professional. They serve as critical, regular access points and touch points for individuals who are at high risk of loneliness and also those who are experiencing loneliness and social isolation, often providing the only regular face-to-face contact. Community pharmacists know of the many patients who, deliberately spread out their script fulfilment just so they can come in for a chat. And I've seen it. These patients, fellow humans, are starving for human connection, and they're desperate to have their existence witnessed. The personal relationship formed between pharmacists and patients is really a powerful form of social capital. Given the scale of the problem and the strong evidence linking loneliness to serious health risks, as you've heard over the course of the trial, with significant economic implications, I believe that pharmacists can no longer ignore seeing this as an issue or remain silent. And I believe it's a professional responsibility to equip pharmacists and other health professionals with the knowledge, skills and competency framework to know how to act. Yet until recently, this high-quality evidence-based training has been absent. In August 2024, I launched the world's first accredited pharmacist training program on loneliness, and that was created with expert interviews, including the World Health Organization. The program that I created engaged the scientific expertise of Professor Joanna Badcock, who was the former of Evidence and Training and Vice Chair of Ending Loneliness Together. In partnership with the Pharmaceutical Society, the introduction of this training has seen unprecedented enrolment numbers, with pharmacists reporting high levels of satisfaction with their experience and improvements in knowledge and confidence to understand the health impacts of loneliness, engage in conversations with patients around loneliness, and provide better support to those experiencing loneliness. Some of the comments include things like, I'll discuss with team members the possibility of holding morning tea gatherings, or I might have a health promotion event once I find some resources in our rural area to refer patients into. Just to note, in addition to my work in Australia, I serve on the leadership team of the International Social Prescribing Pharmacy Association, and we will soon release a paper on the potential role that pharmacists can play in social prescribing, and this has been developed with input from peak pharmacy and peak social prescribing organisations across Australia, US, Canada and the UK. The good news is loneliness is a modifiable health risk factor, and the pharmacy profession in New South Wales is willing and ready to be activated. This is not about pathologising loneliness at all. This is a preventative, proactive approach, intervening at a community level before the individuals require more costly interventions or seeing emergency departments as visits. I guess I'm calling for three things for the inquiry to consider today as integral components of the state's response to loneliness. Number one is the funding of the training on loneliness for every pharmacist in New South Wales and to support the evaluation of this training. And as we've mentioned, this online accredited training program is ready to go for rollout with opportunities to expand content for priority and vulnerable groups. I'd like to table, if anyone's interested, just a summary of what's covered in the program. Number two, leverage the extensive pharmacy network for public health messaging through partnership with New South Wales health promotion units and other health promotion experts to develop targeted campaigns that raise awareness, reduce stigma and promote the protective health benefits of social connection. And number three, empower pharmacists as navigators to local services and referral pathways by investing in pharmacist-involved social prescribing initiatives in collaboration with key stakeholders. I really believe it is going to take courage to address loneliness, and it's the courage to believe that it's possible, and it's also the courage to create a cultural shift that prioritises and values meaningful connection. This is a valuable and a unique opportunity to activate an entire workforce across New South Wales to really help drive this shift towards addressing loneliness. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for all of those opening statements. In reading the submissions, one of the things that struck me, there was a lot of talk about screening opportunities, so screening for loneliness. And there are two aspects of it that I've been thinking about. One is, what does that look like in practice? How do you engage with people? So there's the at-home review of medications, I think was one option, but sort of that in pharmacy situation. And the other part is, I'm still grappling this with about social prescribing generally. You've heard the previous witness, and we've had it mentioned in a range of submissions, is that it seems to be quite ad hoc. And so this view to moving towards social prescribing relies on some kind of goodwill between, or understanding or knowledge of or mapping of local organisations or services and the prescriber. It feels to me that there's a sort of programmatic bit missing, and I don't mean to try and make everything seem formal, but if you're thinking of policies which help, it's hard to put your finger on the thing that's going to assist when it does seem to be quite an ad hoc process. So I guess my questions in there are two. One is, how does that screening begin outside of, particularly a medications review would seem like a more logical place for that. And the second question is, with this advocacy for social prescribing, what are the points of leverage? What are the observable things that can be done rather than what seems like quite an ad hoc system? Yes, I'll go to Ms. Kirshner first.
So to cover the two parts, and perhaps I'll lean on the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia also. So there are home medication reviews, which has been spoken about by Ms. Pham. There are also medication reviews that are conducted within the pharmacy, in the consultation, in the clinic rooms. And as part of those medication reviews, which happen frequently in the pharmacy, you ask questions also around exercise, diet. So in my approach would be that it's incorporated into the holistic approach that we take anyway. So it does become business as usual, or less ad hoc and more streamlined. So can I pass any further comments?
I might touch briefly on screening. I guess at the moment, pharmacists do a lot of screening, predominantly within the physical condition side of things, less formally mental health related or loneliness related. And a lot of these services that occur at the moment will rely on some kind of health promotion to engage a consumer or engage a patient to, I guess, opt in and say, I'd like to participate in this screening. But there's also one of the things around pharmacists being such a touch point and so accessible is that rapport that we tend to build with our community as well. Different pharmacies will have different models, of course, but generally speaking, as a pharmacist who is working in community pharmacy, I'll see certain regular patients and really get to know them personally. And that can open up conversations around loneliness or around screening. And screening doesn't always entail sitting down with a framework already there and ticking a box. It can also be embedded in conversation as well. And that's almost the formal and slightly informal approach to screening, and then from a referral pathway, which I guess is where social prescribing comes into play, it's having those more robust frameworks for pharmacists to be able to say, in this specific community that I'm working in, these are the resources that are available, and also the knowledge of perhaps wait times and what these systems also look like, so that the pharmacist can advocate for that patient in accessing those.
May I add one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of the social prescribing component, I'll just move there for a moment, is I've been working on, in consultation with the Aspire organisation, also different frameworks and models that could be used in the pharmacy space, and as I mentioned, overseas consultation with peak bodies also. And there are different models that can be used for social prescribing, full stop, and in pharmacy, some of which might be just a soft touch signposting type version, so a billboard or something which is showcasing what is on in the local area. Another place for pharmacy to be involved is referral to either social prescribing services, so there are many social prescribing services, or a handful of those around New South Wales that could be referred into. And then there's also the option further down the track of the pharmacist being involved in that co-design of the prescription with that patient, knowing them well, knowing what they like, knowing what's available, and really help to kind of facilitate their role. I mean, I have run in the pharmacy, I've had a day where I've had a social prescribing organisation come in, set up a table and talk to patients as they're walking by. The link workers came along, and so it's one, raising awareness that these things are available, and it's a partnership also between what's going on locally and in the pharmacy, and offering that and making it visible to customers, to patients, and also, I guess, by even talking about it, increases the value that this is something that we see as important, by having those things showcased. So I hope that answers part of the question.
Thank you. And if I could go to the nurse practitioners, because you mentioned screening in your submission as well. So what happens then?
Well, I can talk to that. Yeah, so it's Rebecca Sedgman here. I can talk to the screening. So it is. We do have screening available for nurse practitioners to utilise to screen for loneliness. But we're talking about once they're screened, the resources to then, utilise those link workers or navigators to then be able to prescribe and where to prescribe to in all those local health districts. I think it's not the ability to screen that's the problem, it's the ability of the time and resource it is to then refer and look at what's available in each. So this needs to sort of be streamlined. And if I can refer back to a program in Victoria called Local Connections, and that's a social prescribing initiative that's rolled out in a few local health areas. So we call them local government areas. They're not local health districts like in New South Wales, but in Benalla, Brimbrank, Frankston, and I can also on-share the links to that. But they're, easy click links to find what the resources are available So the screening's not the issue, I wouldn't see. I think one of the key areas is to bring this to the forefront of nurse practitioner minds to screen, because you're looking at a range of health issues and not necessarily thinking about that all the time, about how that loneliness may be affecting the most at-risk cohorts. And then once you've screened, then where to go. So I think if it's streamlined and the frameworks are there, it makes it easier. But if you're working in a busy emergency department or a busy GP practice, you know, you don't have the time allocated to then search. So these link navigators, which have been spoken about, are really useful, and they need to be easily accessible.
I guess that's the question. My question is, the screening part, all qualified professionals, trusted professionals. It's that, how do you know, how does, you know, your community pharmacist know the range of things that's out there? How does your nurse practitioner know? And then there's this idea of this, well, there's this link worker, and I still haven't got in my head who this link worker is and where they come from and how they're funded. So that, for me, like the process in itself, it all makes good sense, but I don't yet understand that.
Am I able to make a
Yes,
comment?
please.
So from my experience to date, and I'm not sure about the funding side of it, but I have engaged with multiple PHNs who have social prescribing initiatives, and some of them have funding for, and some of them don't, online navigation portals, directories. But it does, you know, take work to keep them up to date, to make sure that the places that are recommended are suitable, safe, inclusive, etc. So my engagements with the PHNs to date, a number of them across different states, they're all at different levels of sophistication with that directory, but they're all aiming towards that. And then, you know, part of the challenge is if the organisations aren't funded for sustainable service offerings, there's a challenge there. But that's a kind of a streamlined way I imagine this happening, that there is a centralised, you know, there's a directory or there's a online portal, and the pharmacist is engaged to know about that portal, confident in navigating it, and then able to communicate with patients and look together and search through that. If that helps.
Thank you, that's good. I might pass to I've got lots of questions, lots of issues, but I will pass to my colleagues for there.
Thank you. Just following on the funding, I noticed that in some of the recommendations, you've looking for funding for screening tools and telehealth as well. I'm interested to know what engagement you've had at a Commonwealth level, bearing in mind the pharmacy agreements that went through last year, and also why New South Wales Government would be looking at funding as opposed to it being coming from the Commonwealth, particularly telehealth.
That's a very good question. I'm happy. So the Commonwealth Government did fund telehealth appointments and virtual care for pharmacists through the pandemic. That was for home medicine reviews, and that funding has been taken away after the pandemic. And we on the ground have seen gaps in practice, particularly in rural, regional and remote areas. We are absolutely advocating for the Commonwealth Government to put that funding back in place. However, until such point in time it does come back in place, there's gaps for the community, which is why we've put it in our submission. I think the evidence is there of the health disparities for people in rural and regional areas, and those with conditions as well, where they can't get that face-to-face care. I guess from our perspective when putting the submission, we just want to see our patients be able to access care, and if the funding comes from the state government or the Commonwealth Government, we'd be happy to, you know, we just would like to see funding there for pharmacists to provide that care.
And also in relation to the pharmacy trials, which are operating in lots of the states and New South Wales, I know that most of it, I think, to deal with skin conditions and other things. Was any of your initiatives fed into the suggested ideas for the trials?
Funding from a virtual perspective?
No, in relation to the screening tools and also the training programs that you wanted to roll out.
As in, if someone came in for a urinary tract infection, would you partner the screening?
No. So the pilot that they've rolled out, was your loneliness suggestions ever considered, or did you put anything forward at a national level to say this would be good to be also piloted?
No, not as far as not for the New South Wales pharmacy trial.
Okay.
I was just going to make a comment. This program just launched in August 2024.
Okay.
So it's probably missed the timing, I'm assuming.
I think Jenny's 100% right, it wasn't on the radar. And the New South Wales pharmacy trials have largely been based on the Queensland pharmacy scope of practice trial.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Corn?
I had a couple of questions. I'm following up from the chair's line of questioning. I'm also interested if we're rolling out a large-scale screening program that needs to be followed up with intervention. And the PSA in your written submission, you've recommended mental health first aid training as well, which intuitively makes sense. And I'm interested to know if there have been, if that has been trialled, if you've got any evaluation measures for the success of mental health first aid training for pharmacists.
So from what I know, in recent years, a lot of university providers now also have the funding to provide mental health first aid training to their students, who then so mental health first aid is only, you get the accreditation for 3 years and then you need to then refresh it. So for the newer graduates and the early career pharmacists, many of them do have that mental health first aid training, but it's the backlog of the pharmacists who have graduated earlier than that will require mental health first aid training. From an evaluation standpoint, I know that there has been some funding in different states for mental health first aid for pharmacists through the PSA as well. Ms. Fair-Jones, would you mind speaking on that?
Yeah, I'm not across, and not off the top of my head, but I could absolutely take that question on notice and go to our teams and see if there has been any formal evaluations done on mental health first aid training for pharmacists.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mr. Barrett or others online? No? Nothing from you? Okay. Sorry, I need to get back to my glasses to get mine.
I will just say, Chair, there was a hand up for a long time from one of the online witnesses.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowes, I think, was it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. My apologies, Associate Professor Bowes.
That's all right. Just a few times through that, I did have a few comments, which might now seem a little disconnected from where we're up to. But I did want to talk a little bit about the nurse practitioner role being very person-centred, and I think that's a good starting point for how we approach this. You know, those first point of contact, health professionals such as pharmacists and nurse practitioners and GPs even, embedding into training, like we have very much embedded into our training, a person-centred approach to assessment and to healthcare, not a problem-centred. So similar in a way that you might come into a pharmacy with the intent to have your prescription filled, and the pharmacist might carry out that task of filling your prescription, that the patient might learn to understand that the pharmacist is going to be looking at them as a person and might want to engage with them around their health more broadly. Also that pharmacists are ready to engage with that whole person and look at them as a whole person and not just an occasion of service. That's something that we would be aiming for and probably exists already in pharmacy, but it's certainly embedded in nurse practitioner practice where I have a person or a family come into my room and we're not there to deal with the problem. We're actually there to look at people and talk to people, and that's just a different approach, because in a lot of places like with GP clinics and with emergency departments, you know, people are coming in with a problem to be solved. And I think philosophically it'd be great to get to the point where, yes, we do have to solve problems as part of this, absolutely, but first we look at people and we talk to people and we think about what else might be going on for that person. But it's definitely a multifaceted approach. And for some people, loneliness can exist also in very heavily populated city areas. But I think we're also very mindful of the added risks with remoteness. But one of the things that concerns nurse practitioners is funding. So currently, nurse practitioners as autonomous health professionals that can reach out to people in all parts of Australia are not funded for home visits, for any after hours type services. We're not funded for medication reviews or anything like that. And we're about to have our telehealth funding removed by the federal government, which will significantly impact on our delivery of mental health services. And it will also significantly impact on people living in remote areas, as they will now be required to attend face-to-face. Otherwise, they do not get a Medicare rebate on their service. So there's a few things that are definitely at a federal level, which the states really don't have the power to change that, but pushing towards that federal government around the needs. And I know in this instance, we're going to be talking about people living in New South Wales, that the people in New South Wales need reasonable access to telehealth. People in New South Wales need access to funded home visits from the most appropriate types of health professionals that can meet those needs. I think we need to keep pushing in that direction, and also looking for state-funded opportunities to improve as well. But I just thought it was worth flagging that telehealth option is about to be removed by federal government for nurse practitioners to be able to reach out to remote and rural areas, people who can't attend in person. And also we have done a lot of data around the number of consultations that nurse practitioners are currently providing in rural and remote areas, and that's often the only connection that people have. And from there, you know, we can obviously build on, make more connections, but it's often the only connection that people have, and they genuinely cannot afford to travel for healthcare nor engage with healthcare with private fees, nor should they have to. Frankly, everybody should have access to high quality care. So that was probably a little bit not well aligned with where we're at now, but I just thought I'd like to catch up with those points based on the conversation so far.
Thank you for that. And I mean, we've got another hand up there from the nurse.
So, practitioner, sorry. I just wanted to add to this, you know, in capturing the larger volumes of patients in our community who are experiencing loneliness, and maybe they don't want to, you know, let on that they're not doing so well. You know, one way, because, you know, pharmacies do have a huge amount of access to patients within the community. You know, why couldn't we change scripts? So scripts have like a loneliness factor at the bottom, and we, you know, and if the resources do become available and the funding, whether it comes from, you know, a local district area or an emergency department, that there's a tick box at the bottom that you need to do social prescribing, and that would, you know, that would then be a simple way where the patient wouldn't have to verbally disclose to the pharmacist that they're not having a good time, that they're lonely, and they're suffering from feeling isolated. And then that conversation can be had with the pharmacist without the person actually really needing to do much more other than maybe a referral then to, you know, a link service to be set up, just as an example of a strategy that's maybe easy to accommodate, perhaps.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yes, you may go ahead.
I just wanted to say that what I've seen and what I truly believe is that all health professionals, amongst others, actually need to know about the issue. So whilst we've heard from lots of people in the last 3 sessions I've listened to who are very well versed and have a good understanding viscerally about it and are well read up, most of the health professionals don't actually, they might know the word loneliness now, but they don't know the nuances. They might not know that it's different to social isolation. They might not know that there's direct and indirect measures of measurement. And so I think that, and just to comment, it's in my submission, I'm currently sitting on the advisory committee for TAFE Queensland, which is Queensland Health Development of Micro-Credential on Loneliness and Social Isolation more broadly. I think, and it ties into what the nurse practitioner have mentioned now, we can all get more involved, but I think we need to make sure that everybody understands the issue, and also how to have supportive conversations around it, as was mentioned, as well as knowing what referral pathways are possible and where escalation or what services are available. So there's some kind of core foundation here that I wholeheartedly believe is critical. I mean, I'm speaking to organisations in Canada, UK and America also about the pharmacist training program that I've created, because there's nothing that exists, but there's an awareness. I mean, the US Surgeon General has an advisory out and he calls on health professionals to be trained. Again, amongst others. I mean, we all know everyone needs to play a role here. But I just think I should call that out, because whilst it's easy to talk about it, people need to the health professionals need to understand it, because then I think there's a way forward. And as we've heard before, it helps to destigmatise it, humanise it, and normalise it, such that we can talk about it. And then, we can have social prescribing on the bottom, or we can just have these conversations more comfortably. Yep.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask Ms. Gertchen, while I have you there, I think it was your submission that talks about loneliness and social isolation for pharmacists. I think you mentioned that, yes.
Sorry.
So I wondered if you could speak a little bit about that.
Yes.
And of course, healthcare professionals are on the front line of those very delicate issues, and that can often take a toll. So I wondered if you could.
Yes,
speak
sure.
about that.
And it's not specific to pharmacists. It's
No.
a lot of the healthcare professionals. A lot of healthcare professionals would avoid help-seeking behaviour just because of the stigma and shame. It's a high burnout, lots of pressure. So there is evidence, not specifically in Australia that I know of, but that health professionals are at risk of loneliness and social isolation. And so I was intentional about adding a module in the training program that specifically addressed that. And interestingly, the comments in some of the evaluation say that they are happy to do X, Y, and Z, but that they also realise that they need to do self-care better. So I, again, believe that the intention of this training program, there are a lot of pharmacists who would be feeling lonely, a lot of pharmacy international students also. And I've heard that they're experiencing a lot of loneliness, coming from a different place, not having the same language, in a high-stress profession, not having time or funds to socialise. And so my intention was two-pronged, to get everybody upskilled, but also getting them to think about it in an indirect way, that they can preserve their own well-being and prioritise connections because they know that they have to. So I don't have numbers, but Ending Loneliness Together, they have a toolkit for healthcare professionals specifically around addressing loneliness within that cohort.
Okay. Can I just ask one more question about sort of the social prescribing process? So, you have some come in, they're screened, the conversation's had either with the local pharmacist or with a link worker. What is because that could potentially be one conversation. What's the follow-up and what's the evaluation, and how do we, how much ongoing connection is needed? Because as you said, pharmacists, often people come in just to have that conversation.
Yeah. So to answer the question, this is a new space and these models are being determined. But the way I see it, because globally, this is new in pharmacy space and more broadly. So I think the first opportunity is that you can have a lot of informal follow-ups. Because these patients are generally patients who come in with chronic diseases and having medications dispensed, it doesn't have to be a formal documented follow-up consultation. It could just be, a note that you write in the dispensing history that this patient you've had the consultation with for social prescribing and that you've recommended whatever. And so when they come in, you see that. So there are ways for informal follow-up. Some of the pilot concepts that I'm working on at the moment include a 30-minute follow-up, and I can hand over to the PSA if we like. As pharmacists move more to consultation models, we are considering within that scope also that they are pay-for-service type models, not necessarily from the customer, but it depends, some kind of funding, remuneration for the time. So there's an initial consult which would be screening, and I actually think a bit more of a conversation, getting to, leaning into the uncomfortable and having that more open conversation around this. And then, the opportunities for formal follow-up or referral into more formal processes. And in terms of evaluation, that is also being put forward as something of, needing to collaborate with other people who are more experienced in this space, the researchers, and whether it is just well-being measures or whether in time, over longitudinal periods of time, you can measure health outcome measures also. This is all being constructed currently at the moment.
I can probably speak from the Pharmaceutical Society's position too on social prescribing. And when I say position, we don't have a formal position at the moment. But to reiterate what Jenny said, our policy, as an organisation, we're looking at and what our policies might be. There are many things that need to still go into place. So from sort of high-level principles, that will be collaboration between all members of the healthcare team, including pharmacists, training for pharmacists, as well as a development of a clinical governance framework. And also the involvement of government will need to provide support. At the moment, from a high-level sort of principles, the PSA has expressed a preference to place an emphasis on piloting and evaluating pharmacists in social prescribing. This is to make sure that it's effective, scalable and sustainable. And with a partnership with Jenny, we are working with PHNs and hoping to develop pilots on the ground at a PHN level to do that.
All right. I guess I might just add quickly as well, a lot of the pharmacist prescribing pilots at the moment have an embedded follow-up service integrated into that framework and that prescribing protocol. So that's something that is a possibility with loneliness. On a more slightly off topic but very adjacent tangent, in Canada, specifically in Nova Scotia, there is a first of its kind program called the Bloom program, and that is a program that's pharmacist led and looks at the management of people with severe and persistent mental illness, not only around medication management, but some of the elements of social prescribing embedded in there. That was piloted with good success and is now embedded as part of that kind of district's day-to-day services as business as usual. So I can definitely look into some of the research findings behind that and put that on notice too.
That'd be great, thank you.
And sorry, I could provide, there has been a project done overseas where they use pharmacists for screening of loneliness and social isolation. There's one paper, and I could submit that as evidence if you'd like that paper.
Yes, please. And that's probably a good point at which to say thank you. We have come to the end of our time. You've all been very generous with your time, your evidence, your submissions, but also in agreeing to take things on notice and to provide those to us. The Secretariat will be in touch with you about that. But again, thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the hearing. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon and for your submissions. If we could start by getting you to make stating your name and position and swearing either an oath or an affirmation. And if we start with you, Mr. Yasmet.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chair. Thank you for having us. My name is Can Yashmut. I am the Executive Officer of the Local Community Services Association, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Maddie Williams, the Policy and Research Manager at LCSA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Oh, sorry, quickly. We have some documents to table, if that's okay.
We'll get to that. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm Natalie Meyer. I'm the manager of Nimbin Neighbourhood and Information Centre, and I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm Joel Orchard, and I'm the president of the Wardell Core Community Centre, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short statement? Perhaps we'll start with Mr. Yasmet.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us and for considering our submissions. Let me start by introducing ourselves and our membership before outlining what we see as the critical role of neighbourhood and community centres in addressing loneliness and social isolation. LCSA is the peak body for membership organisations like neighbourhood and community centres in New South Wales, and we are advocates for the practice of community development. Neighbourhood centres are place-based, locally governed community organisations, and out of 170 members, our members constitute the largest community-led social infrastructure in New South Wales. Among many things, neighbourhood centres facilitate community development projects, deliver social services, and are an integral part of disaster and crisis management, the responses and the recovery. In recognition of our and our members' submissions to this inquiry, we would like to take this opportunity to highlight 5 key concepts. 1. Loneliness and social isolation are separate yet closely related concepts. 2. Social infrastructure to reach lonely people on the neighbourhood level is essential. And by neighbourhood level we mean lower than local. 3. Loneliness is as much a social issue as it is a health issue. And 4. Addressing loneliness requires a community development approach rather than a service delivery response. 5. Measuring loneliness and the impact of strategies is a complex issue and requires a whole of community and a whole of government approach. We have expanded further on these concepts in our submissions and also in some supplementary information that we had promised and that we would like to table here today. We welcome any questions from the committee to further explore them today and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasmet. Ms. Meyer, did you have an opening statement or you're going to...
Me?
Yes, I just wondered if you had from...
I'll briefly, because I'm assuming you've all read my submission, so I don't want to go back over that, but I'll just say I'll concur with John that it's a growing issue. It's not the same, as loneliness and social isolation are not the same, but there's quite a strong link between them, which we found in Nimbin when we did our survey. So our health and wellbeing survey indicated that certain demographics, in particular men, were less likely to be connected, less likely to feel belonging, less likely to be involved in community, less likely to volunteer. And then when we did our subsequent loneliness survey, one of the key demographics that were saying they were lonely and they were experiencing loneliness were men. So there is a strong correlation, but they're not the same. You can be quite isolated and not lonely, for example. In Nimbin, and this seems to be the case across other rural areas, the number of people living alone has risen alarmingly and currently is at 46%.
compared to the national average of 26%. So something in that that we need to delve into more if we had the time and the resources. That even though neighbourhood centres and community centres are funded to provide a range of services and programs, the best work that we really do in this space is largely unfunded, unacknowledged and not understood very well. We understand it really well because we've been doing it and it's our best work. So I've given you some examples from Nimbin of that kind of work. I've been in the job for 25 years. So I've got the benefit of some longitudinal kind of understanding of the problem. And I've seen lots of services and programs come and go, be in favour, fall out of favour. But the key to it is having that social infrastructure on the ground for the long term that's in it with their community through thick and thin. So in our community, the Neighbourhood Centre, we also experienced the bushfires in 2019. We also experienced COVID. We also went through the floods with our community all together through thick and thin. It's that constance of presence on the ground over a long period of time as a key resource for your community. That is what social infrastructure is, and it's really important to have that, not just services and programs. And a lot of what we do is just about being there for people when they need someone to talk to, somewhere to just hang out that's kind of not all problematic, you know, take them away from what they're dealing with, where they can just sit around and talk to other people. A lot of that stuff isn't really counted, isn't really valued, but that's the key to dealing with this issue of loneliness.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Orchard, did you have anything to add for an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. I guess sort of much like the other neighbourhood centres, our community facility offers the same sorts of supports and services, but what I was really hoping to press home is, I guess, the context that our neighbourhood centre was established in the response to the 2022 floods in northern New South Wales. So we're kind of uniquely positioned with a context that is almost exclusively disaster recovery focused. We really witnessed, I guess, sort of firsthand the devastating impacts that social isolation had on people's health and well-being, but also the dramatically increased risk, and especially the risk to loss of life during, I guess, the initial emergency response efforts. And I'm sure you will have seen and heard, stories on the news about senior citizens living at home who were rescued off roofs or stuck in roof cavities. The kind of extreme nature of risk, and during a disaster like that, when people don't have other people who are looking out for them, or they don't know their neighbours, or they don't have people to call in those kinds of crises, I think is really quite profound. And then through, I guess, the last 2 years, we've really seen how people who don't have strong social networks are so much more disadvantaged when it comes to their mid-term and longer-term recovery. We see that from a social and mental health perspective, but also just in terms of connections and resource allocations. It's very apparent in our community now, 3 years after that disaster, that people who are living alone or have struggled with social connection are really languishing in their disaster recovery, and some of those people are still living in incredibly subpar living conditions. Whereas by comparison, those who have strong family networks and strong social networks are making much greater progress with their recovery. And I think that those 2 points in terms of the increasing risk and of catastrophes and their frequency and intensity is really important, not just in New South Wales, but Australia-wide. And I think also, I guess, the third part of our work in the disaster space is preparedness, and building social networks for people has really improved people's prospects for future incidents, but it also makes people feel calmer and safer and helps them deal with long-term traumas that they've experienced from previous disasters. We're embedding things like phone trees and local neighbourhood networks for people, making sure we're very aware of throughout our entire rural community where people are excessively vulnerable, where there's senior citizens living at home, people with mobility challenges, people with psychological challenges that aren't always across what's happening in the wider area when there's extreme weather events. And it helps us as a community respond to their specific needs. And I think, I guess what I've seen is that community and neighbourhood centres are frontline workers, but because we don't have flashing lights and uniforms, we're often overlooked as a part of that really important disaster recovery ecosystem. And I think that all of those skills and knowledge and expertise that we've developed as a professional volunteer force translate to other forms of disasters, which we've seen through COVID. And our community has gone through the whole cascade from droughts to floods to fires to COVID. They've all happened in one place in the last 10 years. So I think it's increasingly important that small communities are better prepared and have the investments to build that social infrastructure. And we noticed in our community, I think, how extreme that is because there was no neighbourhood centre before the floods, and we've had to build this from scratch thereafter. So I guess we've had the benefit of a very strong comparison over a very short amount of time. But yeah, obviously, I'm very happy to answer any more questions that you'd have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Chair, may I ask a question?
Certainly.
We had actually prepared an opening statement to be shared between Maddie and myself, so if you want to hear the complete opening statement, then I would like to ask for permission for Maddie to speak. And
certainly. My apologies. Often it's one person from each. My apologies, Ms. Williams. Please,
okay.
Please carry on.
So, as you've just heard, neighbourhood centres, as place-based social infrastructure, have this essential role to play in alleviating loneliness and social isolation locally. And we know this because they're already doing it in the ways that you've just heard about. They have to navigate that work around inflexible, underfunded, time-limited programs, insecure staffing, and a lack of resourcing to keep the doors open. And yet they still do it because facilitating social connectedness is in the DNA of neighbourhood centres. They are a universal access point with a no wrong door policy. As builders of trusted relationships and holders of local knowledge, centres help lonely people regardless of if they qualify for funded programs, and they can quickly detect shifts in community loneliness, as many have since the onset of COVID. And neighbourhood centres know how loneliness and social isolation pose dangerous risks before, during and after natural disasters. And they know how to support their communities through these challenging times. So we believe that one of the most important steps the government could take to reduce loneliness is to provide universal core funding to neighbourhood centres. This would enable them the staffing and the remit to respond to social isolation and loneliness, however it manifests in their communities. We accept that it is politically unpopular, verging on impolite, to ask for money, but this epidemic can't be managed effectively while ignoring poor resourcing presently and in the future. We'll leave economic costs of loneliness to the economists, but what I will say is this. There is an economic cost to the status quo. These costs are felt deeply in the healthcare system, in social services, and in lost productivity. And the human cost is inquantifiable. Suicides, preventable deaths, families and communities hollowed out by disconnection. We invite the government to test the responsiveness of our social infrastructure network and the capability of neighbourhood centres to address loneliness locally by adopting our recommendation for a loneliness investment fund. It would involve a one-off $20,000 investment into every New South Wales neighbourhood centre to address loneliness as they see fit, and funding to LCSA for research and evaluation. We are confident this investment could be rolled out efficiently and that it would provide invaluable local insights and solutions. Let us show you what we can do. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and my apologies again, Ms. Williams. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Diadam to begin questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your appearance today. Mr. Yasmin, you mentioned in your opening statement that there's a difference between community development approach and a service delivery response, and that only a community development approach would really be able to adequately respond to loneliness. Could you just elaborate on that further for us?
Certainly. Look, first and foremost, there are not two concepts that are happening in isolation. We have an experience of most of our members being good service delivery agents, receiving funding from government to deliver services as we know them in different spaces of the human services sector. And service delivery, by its very nature, is actually a very deficit-based model because it looks at what is wrong with people. It looks at what are the issues that need fixing. People are treated as clients or consumers, and funding measurables are often then based on what difference did we make to a person's individual experience. Community development sits very much in contrast to this. The contrast is such that it is a practice. It's a very accepted social work and also community organizing practice that looks at a strength-based approach taking the person as a whole, not just what's wrong with them. I mean, there is a very famous fable that I think illustrates this very quickly as a bit of a shorthand here, but you know, if someone goes hungry, you can give them a fish and the person won't be hungry in that moment. But if you teach them how to fish, they will be able to not go hungry ever again. And I think that is, you know, the relationship between community development and service delivery. We, as proponents of community development practice in New South Wales, know that in our neighbourhood centres, workers do apply a community development mindset when delivering services. So they are not mutually exclusive, and they are not necessarily one better than the other. But community development is very much dependent on local presence, local relationships, and on the fact that we need to probably honour the fact that processes often are not funded. So to get to trusting relationships with the most vulnerable people in our communities, it takes time, it takes effort, and you know, it's called community development work for a reason. It is actually work. But that is often not recognised in funding models and in the way that human services roll this out. And when we think about loneliness as an issue that is in you know, at epidemic proportions, what we do know is that, you know, and we've heard from our members and from Maddie's opening statements, that it comes often down to those relationships and for the local presence that is often on neighbourhood level and bringing people together and giving them a place where and spaces where they can gather and be themselves and also connect. And yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Lam, but that's where we feel that community development as a strength-based approach will empower the communities that are actually affected by any solution, have some agency and ownership over the solutions that might work for them. And I think that's often with service delivery models, there is a top-down component to that looks at fixing people rather than empowering them to take care of their own issues.
Perhaps you might be able to elaborate on the idea of community development with us, some practical examples of how it's applied. Maybe this is something that the panel members might be able to...
I've got millions. So, like a really good one is the Death and Beyond group. So Death and Beyond is a kind of grassroots group in our community, and the Noble Centre auspices that group. So we basically provide the scaffolding to enable that group to happen. So we deal with the money, you know, the money goes through our accounts. We deal with invoices, we deal with the cost of that group operating, but they basically do their own thing. So, but their main goal was to get a cold bed, which you use when somebody has died, and so it's to enable to have a home death, without the stress of dealing with the deceased loved one. Because you have this cold bed that you put the person on after they've passed away, and you can hold them at a constant temperature, which is minus 34 degrees approximately, for up to 5 days in New South Wales under the law, which allows the family time to gather, say their goodbyes, make the arrangements for the funeral, that without that pressure of having someone just died. So and this is way outside the scope of any kind of service delivery model. The person's already died. It just doesn't fit into anything at all, but it was something our community identified as needed. And off the back of that, because we have that cold plate, so there was a series of 12 information sessions every weekend, just recently, around death and dying, ways of dealing with death and dying, processes, all sorts of stuff, dealing with wills, estates, dealing with the people you have to deal with when someone's died, dealing with coroners, all sorts of information. And for an ageing community, there's an incredible amount of interest in this, and loads of people have been going to these workshops. And we used the cold bed, apart from what it's actually used for, which, by the way, has been used 4 times so far since we bought it, but we've also used it as a tool to promote the actual conversation around the issue. And that is pure community development. There's no dollars in it. There's been no funding. It's got nothing to do with funding. We're not measuring outcomes, but it has definitely brought the community together around the issue of talking around death and dying, which is a bit of a taboo topic, but it's something that we all have to go through. And when you're dealing with an ageing community, it's definitely a topic of large amount of interest. So that's a classic example of a community development activity that's been going for some 12 years now, that would totally fly under the radar. Nobody would really realise that we're doing this. So the neighbourhood centre has the cold bed, so we're the ones that makes the arrangements if someone needs to use it, which means being available 24 hours a day, because people don't necessarily conveniently die during business hours. So, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Orchard, did you have something else you
want? Yeah, I guess at the other end of the spectrum, we found there was a massive gap for young mothers, especially new members to the community, in that there wasn't the social infrastructure for people to have that kind of peer support network. We found quickly after the disaster, there was a group of mums presenting with very common traumas. There was a couple of mums that were pregnant at the time of the floods or had just had infants. Extremely stressful situation for them to be homeless and without all their possessions and raising brand new little babies. A couple of them were new members of Australia as well. So they informally started a mums and bubs support group, which then organically evolved into a formal play group. And I guess as a neighbourhood centre, we were simply able to just provide that facility and support them. We had a counsellor available at that time, so we allowed them access to someone who was qualified to offer mental health support. And now 3 years later, they're quite an independent group of mums. They gather quite of their own volition. They've organised more formal playgroup services and support with other family services. They meet regularly independently of our organisation. They've built a very strong peer support network, which has not only provided the classic playgroup support services, but it's identified a number of women in the community experiencing domestic violence. It's provided them with additional layers of support. We've been able to resource mothers that didn't have access to nappies and clothing for their new infants. And the mums are now sharing resources together, and I think that's a really beautiful example of just that little bit of impetus that's allowed something to happen now quite naturally all of its own, and they've really shown for themselves a strength-based model.
We might just go to Mr. Barrett and then we'll come back once we've been round, but I know that Mr. Barrett has signalled some questions.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Orchard, I've got a couple of questions for you about the disaster recovery stuff. And if we can take, unless you've got some strong objections to this view, social connectedness obviously helps prevent and battle loneliness, and organisations such as yourself help build on that connectedness. Given what you saw during the floods and after the floods, I guess I want to go on that journey of the strain this places on the need for these organisations and the sort of surge and fatigue thing. And the first thing when you look up Waddell floods, you see North Coast town comes together to heal. In the initial instance, there's this big surge of connectedness that I feel going through, of this example and my other experience in drought and flood and fires and stuff. So I guess can we first touch on that? I'm then guessing that after a time, that fatigue starts to break down some of those organisations that people have become so dependent on, that then lead to higher risk of loneliness. So I guess I'm putting what I'm after out there up the front to see whether you concur with that and can add to that.
Thank you for the question. I guess maybe there's 2 points for me. I think, maybe we're unique in our example. So in Wardell, we lost our local pub, which was flooded and destroyed and hasn't reopened. That was essentially the only primary gathering point for the entire village. We lost 3 local primary schools in the area, and we lost those school communities. What they call the Sports and Rec Club has now been turned into emergency accommodation site, and that was the other sort of formal gathering place. Wardell Court evolved in a vacuum of spaces for people just to come together, and we were able to layer that with all of the disaster recovery ecosystem that was necessary, not just social connection. There was all the government services and mental health and food relief and all of the rest. But what I think we've witnessed is the community have really identified just how valuable what they have created and enabled to happen in their community, to the point that they're desperately clawing on and fighting to maintain that service. they see that as such an essential part of the community infrastructure now that they're quite desperate to maintain this neighbourhood centre, even though we now no longer have any funding related to the disaster at all. So we're in a point of transition ourselves, looking for how that we can sustain what's now believed to be fundamentally important, and many would argue that it's a fundamental right for a community of our scale to have a social gathering place, and especially in the absence of anywhere else to gather. I don't believe that we can just sort of wind up, or is there even actually fatigue? In fact, there's probably now more enthusiasm to maintain things that people have found such great pleasure and such great relief in having access to. And I think, sort of to my original point, is it's just that it's in such stark contrast from having nothing before the disaster and then going through that catastrophe to now having something that everyone's been able to co-create. People feel a really great sense of ownership over that and are very committed to keeping it.
Thank you.
If you came out of this, sort of the phoenix that came out of the ashes, but if an organisation such as yours wasn't there, what fears would you have for the community?
I think we can most certainly say we have reduced dramatically the risk of loss of life to suicide. There's been a number of suicides in the community which have rocked everyone. That's sort of Northern Rivers wide, but we've seen it in our local area. I think the risk of social damage that's related to the exacerbation of substance abuse and domestic violence that follows natural disasters, we've been able to alleviate quite dramatically. Being able to have or create access to services that simply wouldn't have been available in our rural community at all, I think have made enormous impacts on people's lives, their health and their ability to recover. I think it's really quite frightening to think, had there not been an organisation, a community-led organisation that could have provided that support service in our absence. Because unfortunately all other government services and existing services are still in many regards completely at their existing sort of breaking points. We can't make referrals because all of the surrounding mental health services are full. The combat agencies and all of the relief agencies were overwhelmed with need, and spontaneous volunteers and community were able to step into all the gaps that existed, and because we're small and agile, we're able to fill them very nimbly.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, we might go to Dr. Conn and we'll come back for a second round of questions, should time permit. Dr. Conn.
Just picking up on this line of questioning around disasters first. You've made a very strong case for the role of your neighbourhood centre in disaster recovery and disaster resilience. Where do you fit at the moment in terms of the government's disaster recovery framework and the way that those things are funded?
Sure. Maybe if I could just start by saying, so in the Northern Rivers, I would say all the neighbourhood centres have been like the frontline service and have been the remaining frontline service following the disasters. They didn't sort of come through, do the clean up and then leave. They're still fighting for people's recovery. I would say in the vast majority of cases, the clients and community members that are using our facilities are still accessing that because of the impact of the disaster. So we're here for the long game, whereas traditionally sort of the recovery services sort of come and go. We've finalised all of the grant funding that was available for us from both federal and state government specifically for disaster recovery. That came to an end at the end of last calendar year. So now we're sort of evolving to how do we meet the ongoing need without any dedicated relief or disaster recovery funding. And we'll look for grants and philanthropy and social enterprise opportunities in order to sustain the most critical services that we offer. But I think it's very, very clear that the scale of disaster was not met equally by the amount of resourcing, especially for services like ours, and that disaster recovery is a very long-term thing. It doesn't happen very quickly. And the 2022 floods, I think, were unparalleled really in their scale. So, I mean, to say that a disaster of that nature can be wrapped up in 2 years when we still haven't seen houses which are condemned, demolished in our street. People are still living in houses without kitchens and bathrooms. We've been going through the process of doing that in the last 12 months, and yet there's still so many more So I think there's a long way to go yet.
I've got a follow-up question, if I may, and anyone's welcome to answer this. This kind of scrambling for funding, trying to find philanthropy or short-term grants, what impact does that have on the neighbourhood centre itself and the ability to do that core work?
I mean, I assume most people would say the same, like the amount of wasted energy just going through the process of applying, and then, you're in such a competitive field of need, it just makes, it's exhausting. And it means that we're totally taken away from the focus of which we're established to help people. I spend so much of my time doing the applications to be rejected, and even by that, I would say we've had a really high success rate of being, of getting funding, and yet, it's you're just chasing your tail all of the time. Some stability and some baseload funding would just mean there's someone always dedicated to be out looking for funds, and navigating those stakeholder relationships, which are essential to our financial resilience.
Ms. May?
I would say in our neighbourhood centre that we've been on the ground for 50 years, providing a very wide range of services and also community development activities. Community development's where we started. So to really bring it down to dollars and cents, my role as a manager is funded for 21 hours a week. I work up to 50 hours a week. I don't think there's many generations coming behind me that are going to step into that role and be willing to do all that unpaid work. A lot of that work that I do that's unpaid is by definition unproductive. It's a lot of time spent frigging around trying to find enough resources to pay my own wage, to pay the bookkeeper, to pay the rent, to pay the basic costs of keeping the doors open, because we're not allowed to charge that to funding. Like, we're only allowed to charge 10% admin, but there's an expectation that we will deliver services to a very high professional standard, which requires management, which requires proper financial management, but nobody wants to pay for that. So it's becoming a situation where it's firstly a lot of time spent, someone highly skilled like me, I should be out in the community working with my community, but I spend a large amount of unproductive time trying to find the resources just to keep our doors open. And I can't remember what I was going to add to that, but look, I just think there's a real problem with productivity loss in our sector, that we've got very highly skilled people wasting a lot of time chasing their tail around in circles, and there's also a lack of recognition of what is expected of us in contemporary times in terms of professional management of services, of where we deal with very highly vulnerable clients, some of whom are going through multiple complicated things involving sexual assaults, domestic violence, all sorts of crimes, substance misuse, all sorts of complicated problems. So we have to have a very high professional standard, but nobody's willing to pay for that. And we're expected to deliver that off the back of volunteers or people like me, who's got 3 degrees, expected to work millions of unpaid hours just so we can keep the doors open. I think it's really important to really eventually confront the importance of having this social infrastructure on the ground. And again, that social infrastructure versus services, they're 2 different things. And having that continuity of social infrastructure on the ground is what enables those services to come in and being able to deliver from. It's the basis of all of that work. But if we get forced out and there's no more small locally based organisations on the ground, there's no one with those really deep connections with their community. There's no one that can actually find out what is actually going on, because nobody trusts anyone enough to actually talk to you. We are well trusted. We can find out in 3 days what 96 people reckon about loneliness in our community. And that's because we have the reach in our community, we have the trust, and we have the ability to talk to the people in our community. I don't think these things can be undervalued, but they are undervalued. That's the reality of it.
Just one very quick clarifying question. So
Very
I know
quick,
you've got
and
other
we'll
members.
go
Just, Mr. Orchard, you mentioned that the 2-year funding that you had from flood recovery ended at the end of last calendar year. So how are the lights on at the moment?
We work very closely with a local philanthropic foundation, which has offered us enough funding to just pay our overheads, and that's maintained sort of the door open status. We are actively promoting sort of fundraising efforts for this year. We've rallied a great group of our volunteers together to look at various ways we can raise funding, everything from Bunnings barbecues to looking at social enterprises and, you know, the little old ladies who like to make jam and chutneys. Like, every little dollar is counting at the moment. And we're doing all of that without any staff. So this year we're a completely volunteer run and led organisation, which will be very, very difficult, but I think, yeah, there's great momentum for it.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to thank you all for everything that you do for local communities. And I just wanted to follow on for questions around disaster recovery, and maybe starting with Mr. Yasmin and then also more localised around the Northern Rivers. But I'm interested to know, post a natural disaster, so looking at the 2 years, 3 years for the floods now, what is the, I suppose, the demand for services and for people coming forward now that may not have reached out for support in the initial crisis period?
Thank you for your question, Ms. Deputy Chair. We have done some research that is practice-informed through the work that our members have been doing over the years, and we had the privilege to actually visit some centres together not long ago where we know that it is actually the local community organisations like neighbourhood centres and community centres that are there before a crisis, they are there during a crisis, and they're there in the long term for the recovery as well. The interesting thing that our research and policy position is actually assessing is that we know that community development is the type of leadership and the way of doing things in before a crisis happens and in the long-term recovery. When the crisis itself is actually imminent, we need strong autocratic government-led leadership to deal with, you know, the issue at hand. So dealing with a catastrophe is essential, and I think we are very fortunate in Australia as to, and in New South Wales as to, you know, the services that we have, and I honour them. But just like Joel was saying a little bit earlier, there is a very sudden point where emergency services and that emergency crisis management mindset actually disappears. It is not long after the media disappears, it's not long after volunteer donations, overwhelming donations into a community disappear. People feel they have done what is needed to get past the crisis point, but then there's the long-term recovery. And I would like to just entertain one thought, and that is probably, you know, from an analytical point of view, something that the academics certainly have approached LCSA for and said, this is innovative, this is interesting thinking. And the point that I'm trying to make here is that we're dealing actually with a web of trauma in communities, especially in long term. And that has to do with the fact that it is more often than not, a community experiences more than one crisis at any given point in time. Loneliness is an epidemic. COVID is a pandemic. There is maybe a drought happening that has a very slow kind of way of creeping into people's lives. You have a bushfire which can come very suddenly and actually crash people's lives very quickly. So while we have community organizations on the ground trying to navigate this idea of, oh, we're community development organizations one moment, then there a crisis hit, we have to do emergency relief, then we want to pivot back into being community development, community rebuilding mode, and just as that is happening, another crisis hits and we are in crisis mode in relation to another one. So you have this compounding effect, Ms. McLaren-Jones, that is affecting communities as a traumatic experience as a community rather than just individuals. And speaking from personal experience, it took us and my family years to actually be able to deal with a traumatic event due to a natural disaster that happened to our own property. And it took us 5 or 6 years to actually get to the point of saying, hang on a minute, what about us? You know, like, how are we dealing? How are we feeling? Neighbors running towards our home and another tree was falling down thinking it was our home. The community, the neighborhood was traumatized, although people themselves not being affected. And that brings me back to the community development aspect of addressing these epidemic issues like loneliness as well. It has an effect not only on the individuals that are affected, and certainly not in crisis. There's a long-term issue. And I'm a firm believer that it is that community development, community building and the trustful relationships on the ground that can help navigate this web of trauma that happen in small communities in particular.
Yes,
I was going to say, even though it's contrary to our argument about we all need more resources, some things are not about money. So obviously when people get affected by disasters, a lot of people need money to help them rebuild, get their lives back together. But some of it's deeper than that. Like after disaster, you get a lot of social fracturing, for example. So some people don't get affected, some people do get affected, so there's a fracturing between the people that got impacted and the people that didn't. There's a fracturing between the people that were more resourced or had insurance and those that didn't, between those that get grants and those that don't, those that get the house raising and those that don't. There's a lot of fracturing that goes on. Again, this is where social infrastructure comes into it, and this is much bigger and much deeper than just, did my house go underwater? Or, did I lose everything I own? This is about the actual fabric of your community breaking apart. And that's very long-term work to bring the community back together again after an event like that. And we in Nimbin sort of specialise in this, and we just did a project specifically around that to address disaster fatigue and to try and address that kind of fracturing that had happened because of the disaster and try and bring the community back together around stuff we were doing before all these series of disasters affected us, starting back in 2019. So we went back to our community planning processes that we'd kind of neglected since 2019 because of the bushfires and COVID and the floods. And so we, the neighbourhood centre, we're the leaders, provide a leadership role in bringing that community planning back to the table, bringing the community back to the table to look at bigger picture stuff and to try and to address some of that fracturing that happens post-crises, post-disasters and things like that. And this is a social infrastructure thing. It's not a service delivery thing.
Thank you. Mindful of time.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Chair, the LCSA indicated that they wanted to table some documents.
Yes, and mentioned that in the introduction, so we'll get those tabled. Yes.
Thank you.
We are at the end of our time, regrettably. Thank you very much for being here today. It's quite a distance to travel to be here. We appreciate it. We appreciate your submissions, and also, as Ms McLaren-Jones said earlier, all of the work that you do every day. Certainly we will take the documents to be tabled. If there was anything taken on notice, I can't recall there being, we will follow up with that. The Secretary will follow up, or if there's supplementary questions, we might send you some to follow up with. But again, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
And thank you for making the time to give evidence this afternoon. We appreciate you being here. Could I ask that each witness, starting with Ms Matthews, state your name and position and title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Matthews. I'm the CEO of the Little Big Foundation, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Reynolds.
Good afternoon. My name's Holly Reynolds, and I'm a board member of the Little Big Foundation. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Professor Finn.
I'm Xiaoqi Fang. I'm a professor from University of New South Wales. I solemnly, seriously, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Professor Anstelberg.
Thomas Astelbert, Professor of Cities and Planetary Health from the University of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement? Perhaps we start with the Little Big Foundation.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon again, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Holly Reynolds, and I'm a founding board member of the Little Big Foundation, and I'm joined today by our CEO, Sarah Matthews. At the heart of our mission is this belief that social connection is the fabric of our society. Connection, the opposite of loneliness, and community are skills to be honed and muscles to be flexed for most people, but too many of us lack the opportunity to flex this muscle. We've seen the power of connection firsthand at our work at the Little Big House in Summer Hill. It's a community hub that we opened in 2021, which hosts more than 90 community-led initiatives every month. The interesting thing about this community space is that it is funded by the property developer EG, and that it was launched post-completion. Not a sales strategy, but a true commitment to the social cause of loneliness reduction. This begs the question, why aren't we incentivising the creation and ongoing support of community spaces to reduce loneliness? We know that housing density is growing to deal with a housing shortage, and with it comes the risk of isolation. But density doesn't have to be soulless. It does need, however, intentional design to create opportunities for connection. And this is where planning and collaboration becomes so important. Building homes without community spaces is like building a house without a foundation. It's unstable. Developers, councils, and state departments need to embed community infrastructure, and not just the hardware, but the soft infrastructure, the social infrastructure, into every new development. But it's not just about creating these spaces. It's about funding their activation, ensuring they remain vibrant, and supporting the people that bring them to life. I'd like to hand over to Sarah.
Thank you.
Connection doesn't happen by accident. It needs intentionality and it needs support. I'd like to highlight two key takeaways that we've learnt at our experience at the Little Big House. Firstly, that spaces matter, but they need to be alive with activity. A leafy park is valuable, but not nearly as valuable as one alive with Saturday sport, birthday parties and walking groups. Likewise, a community centre or neighbourhood hub that is a hard to access empty room does nothing to reduce loneliness. And secondly, local people need support to support their community. Individuals who want to host book clubs, craft groups or even beer tasting nights are ready to step up. What's missing is the support to make it easy for them to do so. Traditional community spaces do a great job of servicing structured community groups, but they do little to flush out the good neighbours waiting right next door who want to lead connection opportunities. At Little Big, we rely on our community coordinator role or our link worker, and this is something that needs ongoing funding. In addition to the many strategies suggested today, we urge inquiry to consider strategies that support developers and corporate players to fund community activation post-completion. to consider density bonuses for developers implementing community building initiatives, and to create guidelines for incorporating loneliness prevention in large-scale residential projects. It cannot be ignored that development disrupts community cohesion, leaving people asking, is this still my community? And is this somewhere that I will feel at home? By making it enticing for corporate players alongside government to support volunteer-driven programs and ensuring spaces for connection, we can give people somewhere to belong, no matter how their neighbourhood evolves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask Professor Feng or Professor Burt.
Yeah. Thanks for inviting us. I am Xiao Qifeng, Professor of Urban Health and Environment at Faculty of Medicine and Health from UNSW, and along with Professor Thomas Esselbert from University of Sydney. We are the co-author and also the creator for the concept called the lonely-genic environment, which is a key important paper published at the Lancet Planetary Health. So from here, just a quick a brief about what is lonely-genic environment. This is the environments that we describe that the neighborhood we live in, but with very limited access or no access to any public facilities or even walking paths, such as playground, green space. And this is a really isolate people, and between their neighbors, they have nowhere to greeting to each other and making connections unless they drive to somewhere. In our proposal, we have 3 recommendations. So number 1 is reframe the problem from blaming the individuals on loneliness and to place or environment or context factors. This means moving massively away from current that just treating loneliness mainly by health sector, but to prevention. And also that means we need to work with multi-sectors, such as planning, transport, and also with community. Remove stigma from loneliness on individual. So our number 2 recommendations is improving places around us, around the people. So this requires us to fund the research which actually demonstrate the project, what works. Changing environment can reduce the risk of developing loneliness and increasing the social connections between each other. For example, like the NSW government currently launching the TOT plan, the transport-oriented development. This is a great opportunity for us to learn when there's new community building and what we need to do in our place, in our neighborhood. And also, if we could work with the planners council now, if there's a new park open or even some new benches ended, how does this have impact on people's health and reducing loneliness? Number 3, what we recommend is that we need to reconnect people with their places. So what does that mean is, even you build all those public facilities, does not mean people just go. Some will, but some people will stay disconnected. And those are the populations, communities we should really target. And we should running randomized trials, see what kind of way will work. So for example, the research we are currently conducting and on nature prescribing, and to bring people to connect with nature who currently does not spend even 2 hours awake in nature. So those are the 3 recommendations we would like to give. Reframe the problem from individual to place and environment-based factors. And the number 2, improving our places around people. And the number 3, reconnect the people with their places. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was that a...
And that summarises pretty much what I would say too. So I endorse that, and I also wish to thank everyone in the room for tackling this very important subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I might start with your research and the example you've given. And I've got a few questions which I think are related, so I'll try and conflate them a little. So you talk about connections between parks, green spaces, trees and loneliness. And I think in your submission you actually say Australians with more parks and trees nearby have lower risk of becoming lonely. And you have already mentioned your nature prescriptions. But I wondered what's the sort of extant research on this, and how do we know when people spend time in nature that they feel less lonely, and how do we know that?
Sure. So there's a variety of studies which have been occurring for best part of 30 years now, which elaborate and expand our intuitive understandings. I think that getting out into nature is tending to be beneficial for our mental and social well-being. Even as early as the 1990s, doesn't feel very early. As early as the 1990s, there was already experiments well underway and being reported which showed that people who are randomly assigned for walks through nature versus walks through grayer surroundings had meaningfully improved levels of concentration, meaningfully reduced levels of anxiety, and meaningfully reduced levels of high blood pressure. And that all feeds into the work that we've been doing recently between Professor Xiaoqi Feng and I, extending this into the work around social connection and loneliness. For example, in a study we published in the International Journal of Epidemiology in 2022, we looked at data from all over the country, all over Australia. We tracked over 10,000 people over best part of 4 years. We identified those who were not identified as lonely at that baseline and saw how many people became lonely at the follow-up period of time 4 years later. We then segmented the population to those who had high versus low levels of nearby parkland nearby. And what we found was that those who had within a walkable distance of home, about 30% land cover was some form of parkland. They had 26% reduced odds of becoming lonely 4 years later. That was in general, and taking into account other, what you could maybe think of as competing explanations, differences in age, income, ethnicity, marital status. But on marital status, there was an important qualifier. For the people who were living alone, now, alone does not mean lonely, but it is a risk factor. What we found was that for people who were living alone, the similar amount of parkland nearby halved the odds of becoming lonely 4 years later. It's very difficult for me to see any other interventions which seem to be quite so potent and quite so scalable across millions of people across our country. We can qualify this also with regards to some of the research which is found in other jurisdictions. For example, there was a wonderful study over in Sheffield in the UK which found that many people will seek time out in nature as a form of reconnection with something that they feel to be not judgmental, something that they feel to be more dependable than other humans. This is often a concomitant of loneliness where people feel wronged, they feel mistrust, they feel a lack of safety in among other people. Loneliness in a crowd because people do not feel safe in a crowd. So there are lots of opportunities here to say investing in a quality, greener environment not only does the intuitive, which is provide settings for people to come together and say hello, but also provides opportunities for people to feel restoration and take the edge off loneliness, which makes it a very sufferable condition for many in our country.
Thank you. That's a really fascinating answer, and your research is extremely compelling. And it's very interesting to hear you talk about, we've heard lots of people talk about space as the chance to connect with others, but to hear it as green space as a remedy or prevention in itself is quite a different take on that as well. So thank you very much. I do have a question about, you spoke about lonelygenic environments, but in your submission you talk about equigenic environments as well. I wonder if you could speak a bit more about that and perhaps give the equivalent explanations you did with lonelygenic.
We're actually conducting a research. Thomas might want to say something and I can end. Yeah, because he's leading about the equigenic project which just funded.
Equigenesis is another term which was actually coined a little while ago but is slowly seeping into the ether. It refers to conditions and interventions which are not only beneficial in a broad scheme but have disproportionately beneficial disproportionate benefits for populations with high potential to accrue those benefits. For example, one of our colleagues over in the University of Glasgow published in The Lancet in 2008 a study which showed that greener neighbourhoods across the United Kingdom have lower mortality rates. This has been replicated in many countries. But what they also found was that the slope of benefit was greater in communities living with socioeconomic disadvantage. Put another way, greening places has benefits for everyone, keeps people healthy and out of hospital, and we've shown this too in many studies in Australia. But there seems to be a case for it actually being, the returns on investment being disproportionately greater in those communities which are more vulnerable to all of the things which we know cause suffering, including loneliness.
Thank you.
So the point here I'm trying to make very shoddily is that greening may help everyone to stay connected and less lonely, but it may help disproportionately those who are most vulnerable in society.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that
And
explanation.
I just want to end on that from even our earlier research that we find particularly children can benefit from green space a lot more. And what we also shocked to find that not only you need to have the quantity of green space, but also quality. Does not mean you get these public facilities, but we also need to make sure it's high quality. And we find that children's mental health gap actually increasing. And if children who always living with high quality green space, they not only have better mental health at the beginning, but then after over time, the longitudinal study shows that the gaps is widened between those ones with high quality and also the ones with lower qualities. So that's another thing we make sure that not only just provide it, but also is quality, please.
And it also, I guess, then has implications for the results that Professor Astelbert was talking about with regards to where you provide that green space, the longitudinal importance of that over the course of someone's life. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Diadam.
I've got a question for Little Big Foundation. It's a fascinating example that you provide. I'm curious about the capacity or whether there are any limitations on other strata schemes adopting this model. And I'm also curious about the sort of ongoing funding arrangement, whether the flour mill scheme is funded through the strata levy or whether there's some independent funding source that enables it to continue providing this social infrastructure within a strata complex.
I can speak to that. So the way that it's structured currently is we're almost entirely funded by EG funds still post-completion. We don't receive any strata contribution at this stage. It is something that we'd like to do in future development, and with this particular location and the timing of the way the foundation launched, it was post-completion, so it was too late to kind of build anything of that into the strata contracts. We do, speaking of green space, the site does have a large park and communal plaza, which is maintained by strata. So we have a sort of working relationship with the strata committee and are quite heavily involved in that way. But the funding at this stage entirely from corporate donor.
Is there any legal impediment to strata schemes providing this type of, or setting up these type of
I would have to take that on notice, but to my knowledge, I don't believe so, but I would want to check that to confirm that for you.
Okay.
If I could just add to that, knowing the pressures on strata schemes at the moment, it could be an impediment. Funding through strata maybe, but it would be something that we need to investigate.
And one of the challenges we have experienced observing working with stratas is with those challenges, the very first thing to go, as we know in a lot of organisations, are the sort of social impact strategies. So, if there is a park within the strata scheme and it needs to be upgraded, it won't be upgraded at the expense of other things that need to be done for the strata scheme. So those kind of community facilities and infrastructure will always be the first thing to go.
So what kind of mechanism could be put in place to ensure that that kind of social infrastructure is maintained as an obligation of the scheme going forward? I mean, obviously, people paying strata fees are under that pressure, there's always going to be that impediment to erode these kind of arrangements, even though there's clearly a collective value at an individual level. You know, it's the tragedy of the commons, isn't it? Is there a mechanism that can be put in place to see these kind of arrangements preserved into the future?
Do you want to take that?
Are you aware? I don't have it. So, my understanding is that there's certain clauses that you could potentially put in place for periods of time, but once that land or that asset is owned by that strata, it's theirs to do what they like with. So should they have a community facility and it's costing them money to operate it and they don't have that money, they would be able to close that facility. Or, you know, in the event they have a park that there's a market operating in and that market is causing damage to the land and they don't have the funds to maintain that land, they could cease to let that market operate. I would presume there would be some clauses that you could put in place, but I wouldn't with community ideas and things that come forward from individuals within a community. They're the things that we find most successful, as opposed to ideas that a developer would impose on day one. So it doesn't give you a lot of, perhaps there is a clause that you could put in place that gives you the ability to enforce certain things on day one, but it doesn't give you any scope for the things that will come up for the next 15 years.
We've experienced in work that I do in community engagement and community across a number of different residential developments. I've experienced where developers have established programs not on the scale of what Little Big does, but has established opportunities for book clubs and walking groups and things like that. And what we have found over the years is that the community will take it over themselves, but they tend to be low overhead, low cost sorts of things, and that is a great sign of success because that's something that's sustainable if the community will take it on for themselves. But these things are not established necessarily with the mission of combating loneliness. It's more a social opportunity, which is still wonderful, but it's often at the very front end of projects of new communities as well, and used as a marketing tool and a reason for people to want to live there. So the big difference with Little Big is that we really are coming at it from a really distinct and clear social good mission. Our challenge now is exactly that, to find out how we can ensure that the great work that has been done can be replicated and sustained for the longer term, because we have seen so many amazing examples of where it's had such deep impacts in the well-being of the people that live, not just in the community of the flour mill, which is about 700 residents, but within the Summerhill community as well, the broader Summerhill community. And that's also another beauty of this, of Little Big House, is that it is about creating cohesion between established and new communities. And as we see more and more new communities coming, we believe that's going to be a far more critical consideration that we need to make.
Can I just ask one more question? It strikes me that, I mean, the schemes were set up with a view to kind of adding value for the developer. Has there been any work done to sort of assess, it's like an intangible asset in a way, has there been any work done to kind of assess the actual value of the intangible asset that's created by the scheme?
Work like that costs money to to quantify things like that. So
presumably the developer has some sense that this is going to add a certain premium to the overall value of the property.
Yeah, I think what we have. It is one of those very difficult areas, and one of the speakers earlier we heard talk about this thing that isn't necessarily valued. It's really hard to put a value on these things. We know intrinsically that they add value. We hear anecdotally that if people were given an opportunity to live in this community without any social infrastructure, like Little Big or Little Big, they would choose to live in Little Big. So I think definitely in terms of when you talk about a value add, it is that perception that it's a good place to live. Therefore, if I've invested in this place, in the longer term, it's like making sure your streetscape looks amazing. You know, people will be more attracted to somewhere that has a reputation for being a great place to live, where neighbours know each other, and you could, in your hour of need, there could be someone there to help you, or even just to say hello to on the way to the car park or whatever.
In terms of specific work to track that, we can see that property values within the flour mill, which we immediately preside, are increasing at a greater rate than comparable properties close by. We can see that rental demand is higher for the properties that are in the closest proximity to our space. Obviously, these things are not directly attributable just to the work we do, especially because we are not a gated community where we have people coming from the entire of the inner west and beyond to the what we offer. So we are sort of tracking those metrics, but to get to a point where we're able to say that we have increased the value for this developer by $X, it's a significant and complex piece of research that that Little Big and the developer are not in a position to do at this stage. And this developer intrinsically believes it is adding value to their brand and to the property owners post-completion. And it's something that they see that should we get to a point where the planning sector can see the value that a property developer can bring, then they may see benefit in that process as well, but quantifying it, not as yet.
Thank you.
I just have one question just around, in your submission you talk about some of the things that planning or the Department of Planning can be doing. Have you had any interaction, or have you looked at expanding around community or social/public housing?
We haven't directly moved into social housing, but there are absolutely significant parallels with aged care sector and what they do, and build to rent. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything particularly you on that. No.
We see it as an area of opportunity, definitely, because and there are plenty of examples as well in communities that have affordable housing or social housing salt and peppered into the mix, into the tenure mix, that this kind of program would be really beneficial for the whole community there. So they're things we're very interested in looking at into the future. We'd love to see that Little Big becomes, I guess, almost a template for how to create community, but also tailored to where those communities are and who's living there.
But from a social perspective, one of the huge benefits that we have in our space is that it's a very high-end fit-out compared to a typical neighbourhood hub. And because of that, we run a safe space for people feeling at risk of suicidality, depression and loneliness, simultaneously to a yoga class and a beer tasting group and a book club and a life drawing class. So the venue itself and the space doesn't necessarily hold any stigma or separation because of economics within the community. You can genuinely be anyone coming in for anything, and you don't need to walk in with a label on your head to do that, to be accessing a service. So loneliness, whilst it definitely is exacerbated by income level and a whole bunch of other factors, it also doesn't discriminate against age and wealth. And so we are, because we are open to anyone, but within this new development, we're able to kind of democratise that space in a really nice way.
That's great, thank you.
Dr. Conn.
This morning I asked Associate Professor Baker from Aspire a question relating to a study that he'd cited in the Aspire written submission. He advised me to ask that question to you. I now realise that's because it was your study that was being cited in that submission, which I tabled this morning, which was the International Journal of Epidemiology paper. I was particularly interested in the nature-based solutions, but I suppose in a more practical sense, what are the barriers to that happening now? This is such compelling evidence that it's something that we should be doing. Why is this not already happening?
To some extent it is already happening, but it's not evenly distributed. So there are some parts of Sydney which have green spaces where communities are eminently flourishing. One that comes to mind is not too far away from here, Zetland, near Rosebery, near Green Square. Go there on any evening during the week and you'll find people dancing, people walking their dogs, people jogging, people just standing around having chats. difficult to see that in a lot of other suburbs. And why? Because this one has a green space at its heart. It's walkable, it's well lit, there's benches everywhere, there's good things to walk to nearby. I don't live there, I'm not being sponsored by it, I just think it's an interesting place. Roads as well, along the riverbank, again, in the evenings, when a lot of people don't feel safe to go outside. People clearly feel safe to go outside and be part of their local community. They're dancing, boxing, kids on scooters and all the rest of it. It's an intergenerational experience. The answer to your question is it's not evenly distributed around the country, particularly in lower socioeconomic communities where there are perhaps a lack of these sorts of resources, or people don't feel safe to go outside to meet with their fellow neighbours.
So I just want to end on the top of what Thomas said. Except we don't, some area have those facilities, but this is also not in our health system. So you're going to see a GP, for example. It is rare someone will issue a nature prescription. But imagine if we actually have this item, this code in our MBS, our PBS system, then this potential enable a lot of people could get a bulk bill and to get a nature prescription. So we really need to review our health system as well and make sure this is not just for someone could afford it and for everyone.
Thank you. I've also got a follow-up question from Mr. D. Adams questioning around strata schemes. A different committee recently had an inquiry into local government finance, and there was this question of developer contributions not being able to be required for social infrastructure like public libraries. You're nodding. Is this something that you've looked at, or what, I suppose, what other options or levers does the state government have to promote or incentivise the creation of these spaces?
Yeah. So the contributions. The detail around contributions is probably beyond my expertise, but certainly it's something that we've been discussing in terms of not necessarily looking for more funding, but potentially there are already developer contributions that could be directed in different ways. So where, for example, with the 7-Elevens, it's a contribution towards physical spaces. Potentially there's an element of that could be directed toward ongoing funding to actually provide, like Sarah was mentioning, the link worker.
The link workers or the community workers. Yeah.
Because one of the wonderful things about Little Big is the volunteer machine that is really powering it in order to be able to deliver 90 events a month. It's quite extraordinary. But they still need the support of that link worker, and that's where that kind of ongoing fund, the perpetual funding, or for a decent length of time, would be really helpful.
Thanks. Mr. Barrett, we'll come to you in 1 second. I just have one question that relates to the answer that Professor Feng you just gave and the work that you've been doing. You've been looking at nature prescribing for sort of loneliness and those kinds of things, and you've suggested that it should be something that's actually formally able to be prescribed. I wondered if, this is kind of moving into different territory, but I wondered if you in your research had collated all the different types of research that pointed to the medical benefits of green spaces. I'm thinking of the work of Elizabeth Blackburn and telomeres and maintaining telomere health. So is that something you've done? Because that would be absolutely fascinating if you can take it on notice, if there's anything that kind of collates the entire list of benefits of green spaces, whether it's on loneliness, mental health, telomere health, or whatever other niche aspect. That would be fascinating if there's anything you could provide the committee either now or on notice.
Yeah, we'll be very happy to provide that based on our research and others. We actually published a paper last year to demonstrate how much money it can save in the health sector just based on cardiovascular diseases. Right. And the paper, if you like, have a look, it's called Show Me the Money. Yeah. So we're talking about we can save millions dollars. So very happy to provide that evidence after this inquiry. And if you want to talk more, but I certainly think there is opportunity for us to save the money from the other part of the equation and also keep people happy and out of hospital.
Great, thank you so much.
If I might add
sorry, yes.
a moment. We can certainly provide this information. We published in the Lancet Planetary Health a year ago, maybe, a meta-analysis of all nature prescription trials and studies around the world, and we found that there was evidence to show that enabling and empowering people to spend more time in the natural environments near home reduces their blood pressure, reduces their levels of depression, reduces levels of anxiety, and of course, as you might expect, increases step counts and physical activity, more generally speaking. An important caveat to place on this is we also published another study last year which showed 1 in 3 Australian adults across the country spend fewer than 2 hours a week in any form of natural environment. Many are spending all of their time inside, as we know. But in the same survey, nationally representative survey, we found 4 in 5 of those same adults would welcome a nature prescription from a health professional. We're just not offering them. So there is a need, and there is a demand. We should offer it.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. I think my question will go to Little Big. Ms. Reynolds, you just touched on the importance of the volunteering at Little Big. And I just wonder possibly if there's a dual benefit you could touch on there, in that someone that is lonely or disconnected could find a passion in running a dance class, which then in turn, impacts their loneliness, but then provides an outlet for lots of other people.
Without a doubt, and I think we've all experienced that if people are having a down time, helping someone in your hour of need can often make you feel better. So there is that wonderful parallel of people who might be experiencing loneliness but actually do get involved in the community, and there's a greater benefit for all. We've got so many examples, actually, and I'll probably quickly hand to Sarah just to say a little bit more specifically.
I would say, so we survey both our participants in the programs as well as our volunteers, and our volunteers overwhelmingly are experiencing loneliness. It's why they come to us, it's why they reach out for a way to connect for themselves, and then they find that kind of benefit in being there for other people and being able to hold space for other people. I think there's endless research on this, and it goes back, I know there's a great article from the 70s around the strength of weak ties, just being able to put a face to a name and bump into someone walking down the street who lives in your community, and the value of that to your well-being and reducing your loneliness. But, the gentleman who runs our board games group, as an example, was experiencing a relationship breakdown, had a passion for board games, had an entire room full of board games with no sort of outlet for that, and wanted a community, didn't have his children with him as often as he was used to, so had a lot more time on his hands, and just wanted a space, importantly, that was free, because he was going to host an event that was free for people to attend. So even the cost of a relatively inexpensive community space was too much of a cost. And he now hosts that every single week. He's got a group of 3 other co-hosts who support him, so he doesn't have to be there every week if he can't. And I would say it gets up to between 20 and 40 adults on a regular basis. And whilst he still would say he struggles with his loneliness now, he definitely feels he has a community around him in a way that he didn't a year to 2 years ago. I would say that story is replicated with 60 to 80% of our volunteers. So that's why they come to us in the very first instance. The parents group is another really great example of that. All of the volunteers of the parents group kind of recruit a replacement as they go back to work to take over the program, because they know that it's so valuable. It was so valuable to them that they need to see it continue, even if they won't continue to use the service themselves anymore. And I've had them tell me things like, by being bestowed with the title of parents group volunteer, they feel they have this social permission and social license to tap another parent on the shoulder in the park who looks like they're having a bad day and say, hey, we meet at the Little Big House on Tuesdays, we have pastries and coffee. That's all there is to it, but come, there'll be other parents. And it's predominantly, it's not a breastfeeding service or anything like that. It is entirely social and to reduce social isolation.
Thank you. And just one other question, and you as Little Big might help overcome these hurdles, but is it easy to set up a board playing group or one of those organisations. We've heard some of the hurdles around regulation and red tape in doing that. Without someone like Little Big, how easy is it to start those groups, start and maintain those groups and organisations?
I would say it's quite, it's possible with existing structures of most community centres if you're already an established group. So if you've gone through the process, registered your business as a not-for-profit, registered with the ACNC, got your public liability insurance, sure, you could probably then tackle affording the $70 a week to book a space. But if you are really just wanting to start a book club and you don't want to have everyone in your lounge room, if that's the level of being a part of your community that you're ready to do, and I mean, the insurance and the complexity of running a book club, it's really not that difficult. So what Little Big offers is a structure around that. So support for the volunteer, support with making sure that event is embedded with as much social connection and it's as warm and welcoming and beneficial as possible, access to a almost no cost space. So the way we operate is if the event has a cost, there's a sliding scale fee, but if your event is free, the space is free for you to use. And I would say on the whole, it's very, very difficult. I mean, I heard a story just the other day of a yoga class trying to get access to a community facility, and just the red tape was too difficult for them to do so, and they didn't in the end. They decided not to teach that class. So
it's sort of greased a bit by Little Big.
Yeah,
the process is greased a bit by Little Big.
Absolutely, and I heard earlier today about the role of link workers and community workers and the value to individuals in the community, but also to those willing to step up and volunteer and lead. So a lot of people feel like volunteering is a big commitment. I think what we do quite well is make volunteering an achievable commitment. We've kind of removed, I mean, even the very practical thing of picking up a key for a community centre adds an hour to your 1 hour session that you want to operate. So even just some really simple keypad access is just, there are a lot of really quick wins that I think existing facilities could look into to make spaces more accessible. But I would say the really big things is insurance. Having an insurance policy before you can just be kind to your neighbours seems absurd. And then some support, because it's very difficult to expect someone to turn up time and time again and to not burn out doing that. So some support for those volunteers so they feel valued and that they're willing to keep doing it, and that they can have a co-host or a buddy to make those things sort of more sustainable and last long term.
And just very quickly to add to that, in an area that Little Big is hoping to establish another Little Big house in the coming years, I've been chatting with a senior citizens group who was telling me that fewer and fewer people want to put their hand up to actually lead groups and what's going to become of us. And so we're hearing that out in the community as well, that there is that fatigue. And I think a previous speaker in a previous panel was talking about the generation coming behind us, and we're hopeful there's people that will still want to do that and be part of it. But as Sarah says, if we can make the barrier to entry lower, that's only going to help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Spirit. Thank you all very much. This brought us to the end of the session. We greatly appreciate you coming along today, and the work that you do and the amazing research that you're doing. And I think you have agreed to take some things on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch about that. But again, thank you so much for your submissions and your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, and thank you for making time to give evidence. I understand that we do have some people online. Yes, coming online now. You're seeing on your screen Scott Barrett, who's part of this committee, but we also have Mr. Robert Taylor and Ms. Chloe Bernard from the Alcohol and Drug Foundation as well. So welcome to you all. If I could ask each witness to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and we might start with you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Taylor and I am a program supervisor at Foundo Blue, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaliris?
I'm Alex Kaliris. I'm the Programs and Clinical Manager at the Construction Industry Drug and Alcohol Foundation, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Dr. Bauer?
Hi, I'm Marley Bauer. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the Matilda Centre for Research in Mental Health and Substance Use. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bernard?
My name is Chloe Bernard. I'm a Senior Policy Officer at the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
My name is Robert Taylor. I'm the Policy and Engagement Manager at the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And could I ask if each organisation would like to make a short opening statement? And we might start again with Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Construction Industry Drug and Alcohol Foundation welcomes the opportunity to contribute to this critical conversation to the parliamentary inquiry into the prevalence, causes and impacts of loneliness in New South Wales. Drawing from our extensive experience in mental health, addiction recovery, crisis response, mental health and suicide prevention training and community support, CDAF clinicians witness firsthand the devastating effects of loneliness on individuals and society as a whole. Foundation House Residential Rehabilitation Service and the Foundo Blue Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Training and Outreach Counselling Service hear story after story from clients how loneliness underpins their substance use and gambling addiction, poor mental health, contributes to relationship breakdowns and suicide ideation and deaths. The impact of chronic loneliness extends far beyond personal suffering. It places immense pressure on healthcare systems, contributing to increased hospital admissions, mental health crises, substance misuse. Loneliness is also an economic issue, leading to reduced workplace productivity, higher absenteeism, and a decline in overall well-being that affects individuals, families, and the broader community. Chronic loneliness and isolation is a risk factor in people dying from suicide, devastating families and communities. Loneliness is a silent epidemic. It doesn't discriminate. People of any age, race, culture, gender, religion, sexuality, socioeconomic status, and geographical location can be at risk at any time to the pain, suffering, and ongoing despair of loneliness and its devastating consequences. Workers in the New South Wales construction industry encompass all of these demographics, and construction workers are the backbone of our nation, building our homes, schools, hospitals, and our infrastructure. And yet, despite working in team environments, many suffer in silence, battling chronic loneliness, stress, and mental health challenges. This is due to long hours, exhausting labour, remote job sites, FIFO and DIDO arrangements, missing family time, and a culture that too often discourages vulnerability that leave many workers isolated, both physically and emotionally. Construction workers are significantly more likely to experience loneliness, mental health struggles, substance abuse and suicide than workers in other industries. In Australia, 2 construction workers die by suicide every week. And these are not just numbers. These are our parents, our children, our siblings, and our loved ones. They are the people who build our nation, yet feel disconnected from the very communities they help to create. So we have made a number of recommendations to this inquiry. The first one, creating a ministerial portfolio to address loneliness. By elevating loneliness as a national priority, by creating clear political accountability for tackling the issue, a focused portfolio can also improve interagency coordination that cuts across health, housing, employment and community services. Our second recommendation is social initiatives that target vulnerable populations. So we looked at intergeneral programs, initiatives that bring together different age groups, such as community centres that host events, mentoring programs and shared learning projects, social education campaigns to increase awareness. So seeing the success of previous social awareness campaigns such as Life Be In It campaign to increase physical activity and health literacy, as well as the Slip Slap campaign for skin cancer. Often naming the issue is enough to enact change. So, for example, you might have someone who's suffering from, mental health issues, substance use, but when you investigate what's going on in their life, what's at the core is loneliness. And then our final recommendation is to address social and economic disadvantage. So we're currently in a housing crisis right now. Many people are experiencing unstable housing. So renters, for example, will often have to, move accommodations once every 12 months, and being priced out of an area, it's really difficult for people to, maintain social connections when they're faced with moving their housing every 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bauer?
Yes, thanks. So thanks for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Mentally Healthy Futures project based at the Matilda Centre at the University of Sydney. Our 5-year project is dedicated to advancing evidence-based policies to improve mental health with a focus on social connection as a public health priority. We want to commend the government for leading this inquiry. Social disconnection, including loneliness and social isolation, is a growing public health issue in New South Wales, with wide-ranging impacts on mental health, economic productivity and community resilience. The most recent data suggests that 1 in 4 New South Wales residents experiences persistent loneliness. Our own research shows that just under 1 in every 13 New South Wales residents report not having done an activity with friends or family in the last month. So that's deep isolation, and probably one of us in this room. The COVID pandemic, economic pressures and climate-related crises have further deepened inequalities in social connection, disproportionately affecting young people, low-income groups and those with disabilities. Our submission makes 6 key recommendations for the government. Firstly, to prioritise social connection as a policy focus, so beyond just loneliness and isolation, recognising that social connection's broad benefits for health, well-being and economic resilience are important. And while loneliness is often understood as an individual experience with individual solutions like befriending schemes or therapy, social connection is easily understood as something that whole communities can come together to facilitate and enable. New South Wales should, and there'll be some overlap here, which is good, should implement a cross-departmental whole-of-government approach, like other jurisdictions in the UK and Denmark more recently, that integrate social connection into policies on housing, work, urban planning and health to create environments that foster social interaction. I want to highlight a few pieces of our own research which show why this is so important and the harm of ignoring loneliness at your own peril. Our research shows that loneliness and isolation can make or break the success of housing programs for people exiting homelessness, increasing cost for the state. Our research shows that unaffordable and inadequate rental housing is directly linked with loneliness. By prioritising affordable, quality housing close to employment and community hubs, New South Wales can help residents maintain social ties, improving mental health and well-being. Another study of ours on national data shows that workplace and volunteering reform would likely reduce loneliness, increasing opportunities for secure employment and creating the infrastructure, opportunities and incentives for volunteering will reduce the risk of loneliness amongst New South Wales residents. And I can explain any of these works later in more detail if that's at all of interest. We need to launch public health campaigns to reduce stigma around admitting to loneliness, something which is particularly important for men who are less likely to admit to loneliness. Currently, that shame or stigma around admitting loneliness prevents people from seeking help, and we need to raise awareness of the importance of social connection as not a nice to have, but as something we need to have. We must invest in improving community level infrastructure equally across New South Wales, such as parks, community hubs or youth centres, to support local social interaction. Our own research demonstrates this, and I can also share that with you. And finally, New South Wales needs to invest in and expand data collection and research to better understand the causes of social disconnection and tailor solutions for New South Wales communities. So there are currently no high-quality, regular measurements of loneliness in the state, and which means that we can't actually monitor if anything that we try intervene in actually works. We also need to measure not just kind of averaged over all population, but pinpointing those who are most vulnerable at loneliness, or else we won't know how much change is happening. New South Wales has a unique opportunity to lead the way in tackling social disconnection by embedding social connection into statewide policies and programs. And investing in preventative strategies, data and research now will help mental health outcomes, economic productivity and community resilience in future crises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor and Ms. Bernard?
Thank you, Chair. We'll just say few words each. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm joining you from Orange Country today and pay my respects to elders past and present. So, the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, we welcome this opportunity to speak on this important issue. Loneliness is not just a personal struggle, it's a significant public health concern that increases the risk of mental health conditions, physiological disease, and alcohol and other drug harm. We know that strong and connected communities help prevent harm before it starts. We know that social isolation and substance use share common risk factors, including mental health challenges and socioeconomic disadvantage. However, stigma and the criminalisation of personal drug use further entrench social disconnection. People who use drugs are among the most stigmatised in society, which worsens health outcomes and isolates them from support networks. Expanding health-based responses rather than punitive approaches will be key to addressing these issues.
The ADF's work in prevention has shown that community-based initiatives can reduce both social isolation and alcohol and other drug harm. Prevention programs like those run by the ADF focus on increasing community engagement and participation to build resilience and reduce risk factors associated with loneliness and day-to-day harm. Programs such as the local drug action teams and Good Sports demonstrate the effectiveness of proactive, community-driven approaches that foster social connections and create supportive environments. Addressing loneliness requires a coordinated approach across social policies, including housing, employment, health, and justice. By embedding prevention strategies into broader policy frameworks, we can build stronger, more connected communities and reduce the social and health impact of isolation. Recognising the intersection between loneliness, mental health, and harmful substance use is key to developing effective long-term solutions. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. If I could begin with quite a general question. Obviously, we've been talking about, in our terms of reference, social isolation and loneliness, and what we've seen almost uniformly is this idea that an antidote or a preventative mechanism for that is social connection. All of these terms, including loneliness, are quite amorphous and subjective, and so is social connection. So I wanted to get from each organisation what your view of social connection is. How do you identify that a person is or isn't socially connected? Start with you. Yes, start.
Yeah, look, I suppose what we've seen, and I think it's important to note as well that our research is based off us being frontline workers on the ground rather than academic research.
Yep.
But I guess the difference for us that we've seen in the past and at present is that when we can have the whole, you're in a room full of people and you still feel alone, we see that frequently. But the difference between that is that we'll see men, for example, will open up and they'll be really vulnerable and they'll be emotional with people that they're talking to, or they'll make things a constant joke or banter and laugh about a topic. I guess that's the difference between we seeing someone connecting with an individual and someone just being in the same room as them. I suppose because we have the residential service as well, we see the timeline of someone connecting with another individual over a period of 28 days. And that difference is significant. It's outstanding to see someone come in and be really withdrawn, still detoxing from drugs, alcohol, or gambling, and then we'll see them 28 days later hugging another individual, getting upset, getting emotional, crying, and being really genuinely happy to what they've experienced and what they've achieved over that time. So I suppose that's the connection that we're seeing. In the public, it's a bit harder to, I guess, manage or to witness. As we have the Founder Blue side, that's purely outreach counselling and suicide prevention training on construction sites. So we'll still have that line between I'm not going to get that emotional or I'm not going to get that vulnerable in front of everyone else because these are my co-workers. Where in the residential side, everyone's doing it already, so why not get involved myself? So yeah, that's the difference that we'll see.
Thank you, that's a good example, thank you. Dr. Bauer?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and I think definitionally, social connection is just the umbrella term that lumps all these kind of, very amorphous terms together. So things like loneliness, social support, they're the kind of subjective aspects of social connection, and then there's things like frequency of contact or how many friends you might have, and that's kind of the objective measure. And it's much easier to measure change in social connection because you can observe it. People, see more people, they connect. But loneliness is much more amorphous and difficult to connect with, but through observation alone, because you can't often tell when someone's lonely. And that's, something that makes our job a lot harder in people working in this space. I think what's really interesting is that social connection you can change more readily by kind of forcing connection. But, in the way that if you got me to force a connection in my community by joining a netball team, will only increase my social isolation and probably create some more enemies in the world. But I think that what you need is those kind of meaningful connections and those valuable with people that you value. That's the kind of thing that's going to reduce loneliness and create impact. I think what I was trying to say in the intro, and I might have botched it a bit, is that there's a trend in the loneliness space to really focus on individual action and responsibility in the loneliness world, so about individual solutions. So go to a therapist, seek help from those who need it, kind of deal with it yourself. But actually, I want to say a lot of the solutions are community-oriented. We can all play a role, and as a policy action, that's kind of where we need to be. So I suppose that movement towards social connection allows us to see that the changes that we make on a housing level, on a kind of community centre level, in the way that we fund what good work means and good labour rights means, is really important, and that's going to be the thing that shifts loneliness, not forcing connection.
Thank you, and I will go to the other witnesses as well. I guess part of it for me is because these are sort of abstract terms, so how then as policymakers do you do useful things which foster these things which we can't very well define? So that's my struggle with it a little bit. But I'll go to, our witnesses online for their response.
Yeah, thank you. So the Alcohol and Drug Foundation does a lot of work in the primary prevention space. So we work in the alcohol and drug space quite upstream, and we look at risk and protective factors around alcohol and other drug harm. And it's interesting, as we're talking, to think about loneliness. It's both a risk factor for alcohol and other drug harm, but it's also an outcome of alcohol and other drug harm. And there is that two-way, I suppose, relationship. So with that in mind, I think what the previous witness was just saying, sorry, what's your name, Doctor?
Dr. Bauer.
Sorry. Is exactly how ADF would be thinking about this. Look, our work we work with communities. We try and engage and mobilise communities because we know that imposing from without onto a community is ineffective. It doesn't support and bolster and strengthen the community. It only lasts as long as intervention effects only last as long as funding is there, as long as services are there. Service delivery can, be varied. When you build community capacity, when you help facilitate community growth and help communities find interventions that are meaningful for them, it's much more likely that's going to lead to meaningful change in this, constellation of risk and protective factors that we're interested in, one of which being loneliness as well as it being an outcome.
Okay, thank you for that question to kick us off. I might pause to see if there's questions from my colleague.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a little bit more in relation to in the submission, and this is from the construction industry submission, in regards to the partnership with private business operators to combat loneliness in Japan and the neighbourhood surveillance program and how that works.
Yeah, sure. So let me just find the page.
Page 24.
Thank you.
I found this on the web.
Oh, thanks, Rory.
Oh, yes. So you're talking about the Nagayama model in Japan. So, one of the challenges was, Japan has an ageing population, many people who are quite lonely and isolated, perhaps, because of the death of their partner. So the partnership with the private business is a partnership created by the community that gets social service volunteers, so like a range of private entities, so whether it's people that deliver the mail, people that, just delivery services, utility companies, medical practitioners, people, who come around to check the gas, are all trained to, recognise and identify the signs of loneliness and help facilitate that person accessing social services. It's a really kind of positive initiative that I think really suits the Japanese society, but also bearing in mind that Japan has a very community-focused model. Anyway, I find here in Australia we tend to have a lot more individualistic society where it really is about the individual or the family. And looking at how other countries who might have their different models of how they engage with their community, might be helpful if we can perhaps reorient our individualistic society to be a bit more community focused by adopting some of these initiatives.
And I think that's one of the challenges we have seen. Volunteering in Australia and others certainly go backwards to where it was at. With the model in Japan, is it supported by government in any way to recruit volunteers, or is it purely driven more by that community sort of spirit or the desire to be involved?
So I know with the Nagayama model, where they created the community centres and seniors cafes, it's my understanding that it was a government initiative. Yep. However, I'll have to take that on notice.
That's fine.
And
then I might ask Dr. Bauer, because you touched on volunteer initiatives or incentives and things that you've identified. Could you elaborate a little bit further on that?
Yeah, so we did a study last year looking at the HILDA data, so many thousands of Australians over 20 years, and found there was men that we focused on, and found that kind of workforce involvement was the primary predictor of loneliness amongst men, but once people retired, it was volunteering for obvious reasons. And so in talking and collaborating with kind of volunteer sector people after that, to say what you can do to actually facilitate volunteering, people were saying the main issues was affordability, access to meaningful organisations that you can volunteer with, that people didn't feel like they were kind of comfortable or safe in the local environments they lived enough to volunteer. So talking about like very simple strategies you can put in place and incentives to get people feeling comfortable enough to volunteer in their local community. Because we know that when you do, it's protective against loneliness, particularly for that 55 and up group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Conn, and then we'll go to Mr. Barrett.
My first question was for the ADF. I was just interested in the Act, Belong, Commit program that you've mentioned, if you could explain that in a bit more detail.
Yeah, so the Act, Belong, Commit program is an approach to more of a universal prevention of mental ill health that originated in WA. So the program encourages people to improve and maintain their mental well-being by adapting habits and behaviours that are going to be protective for mental health. So I can break down like the different components a little bit. So ACT refers to keeping active, staying alert and engaged both mentally, physically and socially. Belong refers to keeping connected to family and friends, to community and to culture. And commit refers to acting on things that are purposeful and meaningful, that provide challenge and an opportunity to grow. And evaluations of the program have found that it can improve mental well-being and cognition, and it also has shown to have some positive impacts on public drinking as well. So it kind of shows how taking a kind of holistic and universal approach to improving physical health and mental health can also have impacts on social isolation, reducing social isolation, and AOD.
Thanks. And just to clarify, in terms of you've outlined what the content of it is, but how is that delivered to people?
We can take that on notice in terms of the service delivery. This is something we looked at through the research also.
Yeah, no worries. Please take it on notice. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. My initial question, I think it was Ms. Taylor that gave the first introduction, the first introductory statement, and there was a suggestion there that we've heard a couple of times about this Minister for Loneliness. I just wonder, given the relationship between loneliness and social connectedness, and also the relationship between social connectedness and lots of other issues, health issues, crime, etc., have we put any thought to making that suggestion for a Minister for social connectedness and frame it in the positive rather than the Minister for Loneliness, which seems to ring fence one of those consequences?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, agree.
Okay.
Agree? Good. Other questions,
Okay.
Mr. Barrett?
Look, I will just ask one other, and it's a tricky one probably based on alcohol in this country, and how do we balance that issue that in moderation, a few beers after an event or we catch up for a couple of beers is also, I'm not trying to advocate one way or another here, but it is often seen as a social outlet. It does provide social connectedness. It is that balance of moderation. Like, how do we balance that?
Look, I believe that the balance of moderation needs to come from a preventative mind frame, right? So in our schools, someone's growing up, it's about teaching them adaptive mechanisms rather than the maladaptive coping mechanisms. So they'll see parents, they'll see siblings, family members, whoever it is. They'll have a bad day at work, or they'll have an argument with a partner and they'll pick up a drink. And then it's just reinforced that whole way throughout the generation. And then we've got the intergenerational trauma that comes alongside that. So teaching someone something different instead of that learned behaviour of picking up a drink when something's going wrong, instead of it turns into picking up a drink to celebrate or only to celebrate or when we're doing something really positive, that would be the difference, I guess. And that's where the culture that I believe in Australia currently sits is you have a good day, you have a drink, you have a bad day, you have a drink. Where that needs to be, I guess, more informed and educated around in the general public through the schooling system or through families or through DCJ, wherever that might be.
And I'd like to add to this.
Yes, please.
And I think this also highlights the importance of having that third space in our community that isn't focused around alcohol, that isn't a pub or a club or a casino. Having these, whether it's a room somewhere in a community centre or, parklands, where people can go after work and, exercise or kick a ball around or, just sit on a chair and, enjoy the scenery, rather than, the default, which a lot of people do, is, have a beer after work to unwind.
Can I add something too? So it's a really interesting balance because, alcohol is the social lubricant of our country in a lot of ways. But, so we need to balance that idea of we need to be able to find ways to socialise outside of pubs. So we don't really have norms and values around how to do that. So it's around that cultural change of what it means to socialise in a way that's valued by all group members outside of an alcohol-centred environment. I also wanted to show the flip side of that is that when you're trying to reduce or cut out substances or alcohol in your life, it's the networks that you drink with or take drugs with that are going to prevent you from being able to cut it out, because people often have to recreate their networks out of the drug-using space in order to, do true rehabilitation. And there's been kind of years and years of research led from UQ and some more recently in Wollongong, showing that for people who are trying to cut down on alcohol and other drugs and just generally, the more social groups that they have involved in their life, the greater number, the less likely they are to relapse and the less likely they are to use in the first place. And that's stronger than a lot of therapies. So it's good evidence.
So I think it would be remiss not to lean on Mr. Taylor in this one.
Look, I think it's been covered off pretty well. We agree with everything that's been said. We absolutely having a stronger sense of connection, community, meaningful participation is going to make someone less likely to experience alcohol and other drug harms. Whether or not they're using or not, it can change the trajectory of someone's use of a substance. We know that substance use can happen for a variety of reasons, as raised, and multiple reasons at the same time. You can go out to unwind at the end of the week and also, celebrate and also drink because you feel poorly as well. Agree with everything that's been said.
Thank you.
Happy to hand on, Chair, or come back to me if there's time.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Diadam, any questions from you?
I wanted to just ask about micro-social interactions. Can you just talk us through what they are and how they contribute to addressing loneliness?
So by that, do you mean the kind of passing interactions people have in their day?
I think it was actually something that's come out of the construction industry submission.
Oh, yes. Microsocial interactions are the interactions that you might have when you go to the shops and you speak to a salesperson about something or the cashier. It's often just a very small moment of connection that we have with another person. And in my submission, I did write about, the reliance on, being online for a lot of people is really erasing those opportunities for micro-social connections. And what we're hearing is, for people who are, isolated already, doing things like going to the shops and talking to someone might be the only opportunity that they have to talk with someone in the whole day. And then if we're moving to a world that is increasingly reliant on making purchases over the internet, doing our banking over the internet, organising everything without human interaction, we really are losing out on those opportunities for micro interactions.
I mean, the world's heading that way. What can we do to kind of address that? What are the other sort of alternative opportunities for those kind of micro interactions? Where do they arise?
Well, I think that perhaps creating, alternate opportunities for those micro interactions, but by creating spaces where people can interact. So whether it's, putting a focus on our green spaces and our those third spaces where people can go and sit in a park and talk to the person next to them, our community centres that run activities where people can go and be able to talk to someone or have a cup of tea or do something in their lunch break, just to be able to connect with others. It's really important that we take this on board, that this is the way our society is moving, and then do something to counteract that.
Thank you. There's a couple of sort of specifics from your submissions that I wanted to ask questions about. Dr. Bauer, if I could start with you. You talk a bit about, and it is related to the construction sector because I want to talk about work. You talk about a couple of things in your submission. One is about the role that employers have in reducing loneliness, and we had witnesses here earlier today talking about that. But you also make a connection between gig work and social isolation, and I just wondered if you could speak a little bit to that.
Sure. I mean, the research we've done, which has linked gig work to social isolation, has discussed the way that it creates very few boundaries between work life and home life. Gig work is praised because it allows you more choice in your day. You can, drive Uber in the morning and then be with your family in the afternoon, but of course that doesn't often give you the income that enables you to live well and support your family or / yourself. And so people have described living a life where they're always on, never off. But also they're always waiting for work to come, which means they don't feel like they have the opportunity to spend time socialising, plan for socialising. They aren't able to plan for the future, like in a few weekends have a picnic. Also, the kind of the difference in the irregular kind of money that's going in means it's hard to plan for the kind of financial outlay that social connection often requires. Money to pay for food, to pay for, a movie, for travel, that kind of thing. So it becomes a lot more difficult to live in a way that allows you to have a socially meaningful life.
Thank you. And I wondered if I could go to Ms. Taylor and Mr. Kaliris about both. I know you wrote in yours about the culture of work in construction, but also you wrote about the effect of poverty and loneliness. So I wondered if you could speak to those two aspects.
Yeah, I mean, so our Founder Blue program is based primarily with the companies sponsoring a package so that we can train their workers on site. And we train them, it's a 3-year capacity building exercise where we'll train them in suicide prevention and then advanced suicide prevention, also ways to communicate, because we understand that the way that, primarily construction workers in New South Wales, the way they communicate at work is not the way that you can communicate at home. So running that program out, we're seeing a lot of changes with either workers accessing help or wanting to access help or approaching the people on site. So they don't necessarily have to go to a therapist or a counsellor or whatever. They can go to someone that is trained to actually help out and intervene in these situations. A lot of organisations that we've had contact with in the past have had workers that live in their cars. So we've got construction workers in Australia make upwards of $3,000 after tax a week, but they have to live in their cars because they can't afford to live in Sydney. They're divorced, they've got financial stresses, they've got cars that they can't afford, and they've got families that they need to support, and then they take the loss and they live in their car. That is, I believe that the responsibility of that needs to go onto the employer, because they don't see that their employees are struggling, that the more work needs to be done, that more training needs to be done, and more interventions need to happen. Because they walk past each other at work and say, how are you? Good, good, how are you? It's nothing else. But if we promote that conversation, we get people talking about this sort of stuff, people will be able to intervene and say, you don't look right, or you're wearing the same thing for a week, or you've been asking me for money for lunch. And then they can get in and get the help that they need, whether it's through therapy, through counselling, through financial help, whatever it is. It's just about being able to access it and understand and have the knowledge of how to access it and where to access it in the first place. Because that's what a lot of people in Australia don't understand is actually how to do it. I mean, trying to get someone onto Centrelink for the first time is a headache, and you need to engage a social worker or someone that has done it before to actually go through the process. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. They'll shut it down and move forward and try and figure out an alternative, and often that turns into crime.
Could I ask a follow-up question before I go to you, Ms. Taylor? You said that the way that, particularly in your area, construction workers speak at home and at work is quite different. Could you just explain that a little bit?
So I guess the language that's used on site is very, probably don't want to repeat it in this room, right? But
I've been on construction.
But the way that they speak to each other and demand, and I guess there's really no care or compassion, because that's just the way that they are. It's the way that they speak to each other. But you come home and you speak to your partner and your kids in the same way, you're not going to be met with the same response. And that's, I guess, the difference. You get so used to doing that is you spend so long with these people, you spend so long with your workmates, more time than what you do with your family. And that becomes the go-to. And I guess the intervention of coming in and being like, you probably shouldn't do this at home as well. Just promote some sort of thought, because a lot of them that we've encountered ourselves it's like a light bulb moment, and they're like, oh yeah, that's true. No wonder why my partner doesn't want to talk to me, or my kids don't want to speak to me anymore. It's because I speak to them like nothing good.
Yeah. That's really interesting. That's not what I thought you meant when you said that. So I'm really glad I asked. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
So also highlighting that, in construction, there is so much pressure on workers in terms of their work hours and working overtime. It's explicit and implicit pressure that if you're working in construction, you will be working overtime and you will not be clocking off at 4 o'clock. If the job needs to be done, you will have to stay and work until you can leave. Often construction workers are working 6 days a week, 12 hours, 14 hours a day, leaves absolutely no time for social connection, not even their times to connect with their families. And, this does lead to, burnout, stress, anxiety, depression, family breakdown, because partners simply don't want to be a single mum to a partner that's home 1 day a week. So, this is just what the industry is.
Can I ask a question on that? Is that across all workers? Is that skilled tradespeople down, or is there a particular cohort that you see are particularly vulnerable?
Well, it's from what I see, it's all construction workers, all of the trades, because when a builder submits a tender, there is a time frame in which the job has to be completed. And, there's financial penalties if that job is not completed within the time frame. Often those time frames are really unrealistic. The client is, wanting the job done, as soon as possible, which is understandable. But then that pressure filters down to the frontline worker to be like, you have to work 6 days a week. We need to get this job done. And then, they're experiencing these negative effects.
Thank you for that. I might go to the ADF. There's something particular in your submission that I wanted to explore a bit more. Your submission indicates that using a place-based approach might modify risk and provide protective factors for alcohol and other drug harm. And we did just hear the previous panel was about place and space. And I wondered if you could explain a bit what that looks like in practice and what you're referring to in particular.
Yeah, so a good example is our local drug action team program, which we run around the country, where we provide evidence-based tools and toolkits for local communities to create action plans based on identified community needs. So when we're talking about communities, we're talking about a partnership of local organisations. So it's often, you might have a youth group, you might have elements for school and school wellbeing team. You can have sports clubs involved, council, interested community players, sometimes kind of social services, youth services and so on. And they'll get together and they'll say, look, we've got this issue. We know young kids are disengaged in our area. We know that there might be social issues resulting from that. What can we do to try and build engagement that's specific to the people in our area, that's relevant and that's going to be meaningful for the people around here? So ADF then provides a range of tools, evidence-based resources to support communities to run interventions that we know work in place, but ultimately the ownership of the intervention rests with the community. So we provide grant funding to the community to help them operationalise and evaluate ultimately that intervention. So we know that's really important as well, to get the right data and ensure that we're trying to have the impact, or having the impact that we're trying to. But really it is about empowering communities. It's about letting them identify and kind of own that process right through. So that's kind of what when we say place-based, it is really focused on that geographic area, and it's really focused on ownership in terms of community.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, did you have a final question? No? All good? All right. Ms. McLaren-Jones, you're good?
Yep, all good.
Mr. Dowden? In that case, we might draw this session to a close. Thank you all very much for your submissions and your willingness to be here today, and the work that you do in the community. We appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to you all. Thank you for making the time to give evidence, and it's very nice to see Professor Bennett and Ms. Darling, and to see you as well, Dr. Kenny. We appreciate you being here today. To begin, could I ask that each of you please state your name and position and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Professor Bennett.
Jill Bennett. I'm a professor at UNSW. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Dr. Gail Kenning, a senior researcher at University of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Darling.
Linda Darling, I'm an age pensioner, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making an opening statement?
Yes, we can make a quick recap of the submissions. So Gail and I are part of a research team, leading a research team at UNSW, where we have a government-funded grant to develop AI companions to address loneliness. And so that means that we make technology, we look at the shortcomings of what's available, and create 3D screen-based AI companions, but most importantly, we do that with people with lived experience. So in particular in the area of ageing, which is
underserved by AI technology. We work very closely with people in the community, including Gwenda, who's developed an AI companion with us, and quite a number of people with dementia. So these characters are really focused on addressing some of the key drivers of loneliness, which include grief, loss, isolation, the transition into aged care. Falls is a big one that impacts people's social capacity, and dementia itself. But just at the outset, I want to emphasise that in no way are AI companions ever a replacement for human companionship. But they do play an important and distinctive role, and can fill a gap. So they are proving to be useful in our trials and tests for people who live alone and literally may not have a visitor in weeks, and just in terms of being able to bounce ideas and worries off another person. Users are also reporting that they can help with stress, anxiety, confusion and grief. They can help us think through problems and shift negative thinking, and this is very important because we know that chronic loneliness can lead to pessimism and negativity, and a sort of further withdrawal. So a well-trained, skilled AI companion can help with reframing that kind of negative thinking and help with developing plans and goals to become more socially connected. And of course they can also listen to all sorts of bad-tempered griping. As Gwenda says, you can just vent to an AI companion. You can actually, lay a whole lot on them in a way that you wouldn't want to do with a relative or a human friend. So the idea for us is that we are developing these companions to be skilled, well-informed friends, if you like, but because they're AI, they have access to a wealth of evidence-based information, and we're also working on specifically training them to be quite skilled in the way that they listen, don't interrupt, tell people what to think. So you can actually fashion, that's why we call them skilled companions, because they are like, they behave in the way that you'd want a friend to behave effectively.
Thank you. I've got two questions to kick us off. One is to you, Professor, and then one is to Ms. Darling. For those, I know there was a link in your submission to the actual video of AI, and I had the pleasure of coming to the event at UNSW to see. But for the benefit of transcript and the committee, could you describe what it is? So we're talking about AI, but what is it that you have developed? And then I'm going to ask Ms. Darling what your input was and what you think of the result. So I'll go to Professor Bennett first.
So at the moment you can access chatbots on the internet, but they're fairly rudimentary, robotic. They agree with everything you say because they're programmed to do so and to prolong a conversation. And people are using those as companions, but there are a number of problems with them that people will have read about in terms of safety and so on, and just the sophistication of them and the level of conversation. So we are developing a new AI module that enables more sophisticated functioning, but we also model companions. So we create 3D scans so they can be screen-based. In aged care, we've been experimenting with full-size companions on screens because those seem to be quite popular for people who are more sedentary, who quite like the idea of sitting, around a coffee table with a friend. Younger people would obviously use mobile devices, and people of any age can output to any device. They can be on your TV, they can be on the phone, but essentially they're powered by something like an AI chatbot, but with these more sophisticated additions.
So when I went to the event at UNSW, you had almost life-size screens with essentially avatars of people, and one of them I could recognise as Ms. Darling. So, Ms. Darling, would you explain your input into the development of that companion, and also what your assessment is of its value and how it might be useful?
I have to admit, I'm a technophobe, so I'm not really into the technical side of it, but I do feel passionately about older people, particularly those people living with dementia, having someone available 24/7 to vent with. And I was given an opportunity by Dr. Kenning to participate and asked to tell a couple of my stories, which they converted into the voice of. Can't believe she lisps. But I also was given an opportunity to basically have input into who she became, and that was really important for my input. I was annoyed. She didn't want to discuss having a bath, but then when I coaxed her, she came round telling me about how you got into the embryonic state and how good it was for the endorphins. Now, as a person living with dementia in the middle of the night, when I'm up pulling everything out of the wardrobe or getting distressed, as we often do because we don't sleep, it would be really helpful if I had that encouragement. And that's why I really supported the project, because with the living experience of getting older, living alone, having that connection with someone or something, and having seen the benefit of things like ChatGPT. I have a son who's an alcoholic and drug addict. When he moved into sobriety, he lost his whole community. He had no one. And I think when we get dementia, often we lose our whole community because our friends all drop off because they can't cope. So, but older people generally, I think often, particularly in residential care, they can be surrounded by people but still be lonely. And this is a private way to have a relationship.
Thank you. I've got some more questions, but I might pass to my colleague.
I've just got one around, or a couple. One is, I suppose, in relation to privacy and how you've been looking at that, or how it's been managed.
Yeah, it's possible to keep data completely private, and it's possible for it not to be retained. It's possible for it to be retained locally so that the character has memory, all of those things. And I would say that it's an interesting debate for us, because we've had some sort of care providers say, well, can we then see the data of the conversation? And we have actually resisted that, because you actually wouldn't share the data of a therapy session with anyone. So we're really framing it similarly, and I think that's important, because for us anyway, the ethics of this project is very much about asking people what they want and building something for the people with lived experience, whether it's people in aged care, people living with dementia. So it's a contract with the client, and this is something that's really important in an area where sometimes you're always looking at systems solutions rather than what really works for individuals. So of course we can hopefully scale it up to something that works across an aged care provider or across home care, but I think with that ethics at the core.
And I suppose looking further, and that's always the discussion when we talk about AI, where does it go? How would you manage, or how would it manage a situation where you have an individual who might be suicidal or having negative thoughts? Is that technology able to be developed or already available?
Absolutely. It's pretty good. Actually, at the moment, what's happening with some chatbots is you have an effort to put in guardrails, which is good. We need guardrails, but they're often a very blunt instrument and can be quite dangerous. So someone is disclosing and then the character says, I am an AI and I'm unable to pursue this. And of not to say, of course, it's the right answer often to say, seek professional help or go to an emergency room. That can be part of the conversation. But we work with what are called trauma-informed protocols, where you're all the time thinking about the impact on the person disclosing. So sensitive listening, empathic listening, and non-judgmental listening is fundamental. And that doesn't mean you agree with everything. This has been a problem with some of the off-the-shelf chatbots, that tech companies make them to agree with you because that prolongs the investment in them. They also, our AI module, not to get too technical, but it's really looking at the capacity of the AI to understand when you can't take what someone's saying at face value. So if they're saying, I truly believe life's not worth living and the best thing would be to kill myself, they need to use their knowledge of that person's greater aspirations to help reframe in the moment, and so effectively to do the things that a trained counsellor would do, but without exacerbating the situation. So I always the comparison is with nothing, right? So if you can introduce something that gives the person a way of thinking about their feelings, thinking about what to do next, and reframing negative feelings, I think that has to be helpful.
And do you need to think about who would be using it, or even have a sort of a criteria of saying, okay, there are some people that it should not be recommended for?
Well, I think certainly, we work with a lot of people with mid-stage dementia, for example, and we do work with people with quite serious trauma. And I think if there is a cut-off, it would be fairly, possibly people in crisis, in psychosis, who were at the stage where they needed emergency care. But I think there's no reason in any context where sensitive talking down and support with emotion regulation is required. I think the character could be trained to work in that. Do you want to?
And I think what's also important about when we're talking in this area, in some ways it can be a modelling for how to have this conversation with others. And so somebody is getting to the point where they're not feeling that life's worth living. There's that sense of even hearing themselves. They may not have come to that point before, but hearing themselves and the character being able to engage with them where they are at this point and reflect back, in a sense that then also allows them to model the conversation of who do I need to speak to? What is the conversation I'm having? Where are my thoughts shifting here? So with the characters we have, there's always that sense of allowing people agency over their own thinking, allow them to think through where they are at this point.
Thank you. And my last question is for Ms. Darling in relation to how easy is the technology to use, and you mentioned about waking up at night, knowing to activate it.
I really can't answer that question because I only really went to the trial where you held your finger on a computer keyboard, but I can activate things on my mobile phone.
Yep.
And I have many people, I've been diagnosed 13 years ago this year, and I have many people at the same stage of where I am right now with frontotemporal dementia who've been diagnosed well over 10 years. And I think most of us can use a mobile phone, most of us can look up YouTube, most of us, but like your concern, Chair, I do have a concern that it's not going to replace a human being in a time of a crisis. And if I've fallen and I actually have the AI chatbot or whatever character with me, it is not going to get me the help. So I think we've got to look at the dual technology that's there to work with us. That's
at the moment, presumably. I mean, like, the technology will evolve. It seems very dangerous, I have to say. I'm very uneasy with... so is this a type of therapy? I mean, it's a type of therapy. Is it going to be available through some form of prescription, or through... What are the kind of guardrails in relation to the application of this experimental therapy?
Well, it's not an experimental therapy. It could be a therapy. So, for example, we have all sorts of partnerships where you can use this character as the basis for delivering therapy. The key thing about the character is they're good, they provide good peer support, they're trauma-informed, you can train them to have the skills of empathic listening and non-judgmental listening, and to operate within a trauma-informed framework, which would be an elaborate guardrail, let's say. But they don't have to deliver therapy. A lot of talk-based support is provided by peers or even supportive friends. So what we're looking at is, at the moment, a lot of people are going online and accessing chatbots that don't have these advanced skills, let's say, and people fall in love with them. They do act out dysfunctional relationships, but in the same way that people do in reality. But clearly, having an intense romantic relationship with a chatbot, opens up a whole range of questions. So we're seeing this as something that people can access on an informed basis. Imagine you're at home, you live on your own, you've lost your partner, you don't feel like going down the pub because you have to make an effort, but sometimes you're struggling with grief and there is no one there to have a discussion with. This kind of chatbot could do that in a sophisticated way and also access more best practice information about all the good things you can do than your average mate. Same if we're talking about falls prevention, building confidence after a fall. These are all things that we're working on with clinical professionals. But the attraction is that it's sort of extra clinical, in that you don't need to be in a clinical program to actually access this information, so that you can build in the security. So if you say that it sounds kind of scary and dangerous, it's sort of compared with what? I mean, there's a whole lot more skill and safety built in than in the kind of encounters that you might have otherwise. So,
could I just make a comment on that? I think it's in the video that's, I don't know if it was on another one I saw, but I think it's in the one that's the link. It was an example where it was in an aged care setting where the AI was having basically a cup of tea and a biscuit equivalent level conversation. It wasn't a conversation about it was companionship at its most basic level, which to me was one of the appeals. So is that what you see it mostly as being, or more in that, I guess, more intense zone?
It's an interesting question, because people do get kind of stuck in, and people do understand the scope with this. So, for example, we've had interesting conversations in aged care. Like, there was a guy who suddenly asked the AI companion what they thought of psilocybin treatments, because their son had been encouraging them to enrol in such a treatment. And the AI character was really good and sort of said, you know, there's limited information, some pros, some cons, but really it's how you feel about it. And so it was a textbook response, and the staff loved it and said they couldn't, but the AI was able to get more published information than obviously staff would have at the tip of their tongue. So they use it for things like that. People, as Gwenda says, people use it to vent, people use it to ask questions that they just can't share with anyone else. And so there is a very, you know, quite a savvy use of these. People know what they are and sense what they can do, what their limitations are and what their potential is. So I think that, you know, if you just follow what people are naturally wanting to do with these, make them safe, ensure they're informed. And we have a lot of partners actually working on dementia, or the Falls project is a good one with a team at Neura who are world experts on falls. So they have information that they want to convey about how you rebuild confidence after a fall, because a lot of people end up sort of immobilised and not going out and not socialising. So the information is there. There's great psychotherapy, but no one enrolls in psychotherapy. People don't see themselves as needing therapy. So this is another answer to your question. It you know, it doesn't have to be a sort of clinical condition. So then we developed this kind of blokey guy who's an ex-footballer, and all of this is always worked up with, this was worked up with men who had had experience of falling, which they found humiliating, really difficult to talk about or deal with, find strategies to overcome. But there's all of this information sitting there in the back end that comes straight from the world's best researchers in Neura around what you want people to know about the best way to rebuild confidence and to keep reinforcing. So that knowledge is not going to get to people otherwise, and those people are stuck at home. So in this case, if you build a relatable character that can convey this information, but also be the kind of person that you wouldn't mind having a drink with, a cup of tea with, I think that's sort of where it sits. But although we do train them with certain skills of, let's say, psychotherapy in terms of good listening, not interrupted, all that kind of stuff. So, but that's not to say that they have to be a clinical expert.
I do want to go to Mr. Barrett, who's been very patient with me, waiting to ask some questions. Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, so I will just ask one question, Chair, but you've certainly put forward some cons, and I'm saying something like this doesn't have its place, but the example you gave sort of sets up my question in that person that was, you know, just lost their wife and didn't feel like going down to the pub. Don't you then train that person not to seek intra-human connection? Like what we heard from Lifeline was a human connection there. If they're getting these things from a bot, then they're not going to be encouraged to seek to rejoin that human interaction.
Well, you don't train people to do anything. If people are grieving and unmotivated to go out, this is one way of enabling them to have a conversation. And the thing about loneliness is, you know, it's not about not having access to social connection necessarily. It's about the loss of the quality relationships that make you feel like you. And if you've lost a partner, it actually, that effort of trying to be social, sometimes it works, clearly, but sometimes it really doesn't. You will feel even more lonely down the pub, right? So it sort of sits between having the conversation you need to have, and also doing some personal reflection. So say you did have a grief counsellor, this character can make all the similar moves that a grief counsellor would in terms of gently supporting people to think about where they're at, just being with them when they talk about the person they're missing, which is a natural process. It doesn't need to be put right. But there is the point at which you need to perhaps find a bit more motivation to make connection. And this is, so our project around loneliness is specifically about this. Like, you can map stages of loneliness, different psychologists do it differently, and have this idea of a downward spiral or an upward spiral, and you can plot where people are. But what you want to do is to move people out of loneliness, not by training them, but gently sort of exploring the possibilities for reconnecting. So I think that's the kind of conversation that you could have. So it's really, this is probably going to be how a lot of therapy is delivered in the future, or how a lot of therapeutic conversations are mediated. But it is always about what the ends are, and not that people would go, okay, so I'll just live at home with, you know, a bunch of chatbots.
It's not social connection, is it? I mean, like,
well,
isn't it inherent in social connection that you're dealing with a human being?
I think what's important to think about with social connection, it's not necessarily just about the connection to another person. It's a sense of connection to self. And that's what we're often missing when we see that people being lonely, is they've lost that sense of self because it's not reflected in others. Here there's an opportunity to explore that, to explore what your interests are, you know, what your thinking is, where you're at. And I think it's particularly important in times of transition. So most of the examples about loneliness are times of transition for people. They might be grief, they might be going into aged care, they might be going into higher levels of supported care. And in a sense, that becomes a very lonely time because of not knowing what the experiences are, how you feel about it. And this is an opportunity to actually talk about that, find out more, and actually understand yourself more. And so that's a sense of important connection that's there.
Could I ask perhaps Ms. Darling to have the final words for us on this? You've just heard us a bit of an exchange about potential dangers, maybe an AI situation displaces human connection. Is that something that would worry you, that if you were using AI that you might lose further human connections, or that you might not want to make connections?
I think it's such a personal thing. See, I love being alone. I was always surrounded by people. I was a social worker. And I have so much shame about my diagnosis. And yes, I've talked to Dementia Australia, I'm on their advisory committee. I am involved in things, but I love being alone. But very occasionally, I get a little bit lonely, and I would love someone that I could talk to at any time of the day or night and just say what I'm thinking, who could perhaps reflect back to me. I know that I always know what I want and what's best ultimately, but sometimes it's good to have someone just to talk it through. It's still there on top. I do see an issue with people falling in love with the bot. I do see an issue with the alter reality of it. But there's no way I'm going to ring a peer support line. There's no way I'm ever going to ring a helpline. So for me, I think it would be great to have something like a bot that I could talk to when I wanted to talk to someone. I'm totally in control of when I would turn it on. I don't have to make it a cup of tea. I'm just totally in control of it. And I think that's where, particularly in residential care, whether we can be surrounded but still be lonely, or if you're like me and you want to be alone but you want to bounce an idea or bounce something, that's where I see the benefit.
Thank you so much. Look, unfortunately, we've come to the end of our time today, but I very much appreciate, and I'm sorry we don't have my time, but I very much appreciate your submission and the time and effort taken to be here today. We very much appreciate it. I'm not sure if we asked you to take anything on notice. There may well be supplementary questions that the Secretariat will get in touch with you about. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.